The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 1st, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Carey to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority members for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. Their chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the first day of February to recognize Career and Technical Education Month. During this month, we highlight the impact of CTE programs. Programs can be referred to as Learn to Earn. These programs are for learners at all levels, as well as the role of CTE in supporting industries seeking to fill positions in high demand, high skill, and high wage jobs and career fields. My appreciation for CTE came at a very early age. My father, coming out of the Navy, went through a CTE program which led him to a job as a tool and die maker. Eventually, he decided to start his own business, which became quite successful. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus and a senior member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I've always supported and will continue to support CTE programs that provide learners of all ages with career-ready skills. From agriculture to the arts, from marketing to manufacturing, CTE programs work to develop America's most valuable resource, its people. While one-size-fits-all approach to education is not an effective way to prepare students for the workforce, and we're doing students a great disservice when we only promote what is considered a traditional college experience. CTE has established itself as a path that many high-achieving students choose in pursuit of industry certification and hands-on skills that they can use right out of high school in skills-based education programs or in college. Mr. Speaker, CTE Month recognizes the benefits of a skills-based education and the valuable contributions CTE students make to the American workforce. Congress recognized the importance of CTE when we passed the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act, which helps to close the skills gap by modernizing the federal investment in CTE programs and connecting educators with industry stakeholders. This bill was later signed into law by President Trump in 2018. While this is a major milestone, there is still much more work to be done. That is why I will continue to put forward common sense pieces of legislation that update and promote workforce development throughout our nation. These include the Counseling for Career Choice Act, which ensures that high school students are made fully aware of their career and education options prior to graduation, including non-degree certificate programs, internships, apprenticeships, and 2-year and 4-year degree programs. There is also the Skills Investment Act, which enhances tax-advantaged savings accounts for educational expenses so American workers can use the accounts to pay for skills-based learning, career training, and workforce development. And lastly, the Cybersecurity Skills Integration Act, which creates a $10 million pilot program within the Department of Education to award competitive grants to education employer partnerships for the development, implementation, and/or expansion of post-secondary CTE programs that integrate cybersecurity education into curricula, preparing students for careers in critical infrastructure sectors. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my fellow colleagues to join my co-chair, Mrs. Bonamici of Oregon, and me on the Bipartisan House Career and Technical Education Caucus as we work to restore the rungs on the ladder of opportunity for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the first day of Black History Month and to honor the Greensboro Four for exemplifying this year's Black History Month theme, Black Resistance. Black history is American history, but it's important to remember that it is an ancient history. The Greensboro Four, also known as the A&T Four, sparked the sit-in movement in 1960, just 63 years ago today. Think about that. Only 6 decades ago, during my lifetime, Black Americans in the South were forced to use different water fountains, eat at separate lunch counters, go to different bathrooms, and most of all, suffer the indignity of second-class citizenship. And that is why on February 1, 1960, 4 courageous Black students from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical College, my alma mater, Ezell Blair Jr., David Richmond, Franklin McCain, and Joseph McNeil, sat down at a whites-only lunch counter and asked to be served. In doing so, the Greensboro Four changed the United States forever. The sit-in movement spread to cities across the South, where Black resistance against segregation, discrimination, the Jim Crow, eventually led to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which outlaws segregation in public accommodations. And so it is with great pride today that I recognize the A&T Four and every American who joined the sit-in movement to protest the racism of the Jim Crow South and eventually change public policy. These protests against injustice led to civil rights and voting rights for Black Americans, as well as equal protection under the law. And whether it was at the Woolworths counter, or on a bus in Montgomery, or in a jail cell in Birmingham, or on a bridge in Selma, Alabama, or on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, or a Baptist church in Atlanta, or in St. Louis, Missouri courthouse before the Civil War, or at a slave rebellion in Southampton County, Virginia, in the antebellum South, Black resistance has nourished and slowly worked to protect American democracy. So we as a nation have a responsibility to learn from our past and work diligently to carry on the legacy of these 4 men and all of our ancestors in the movement by ensuring equal rights for all people and by protecting the civil rights they fought so hard to win. Black history is more important than ever, and if it weren't so important, they wouldn't try to stop us from teaching it. Last month, Florida schools announced they would not teach an advanced placement course in African American history. The state of Florida's letter to the College Board claimed the course lacks educational value. I disagree. We can't afford to remove critical thinking from our curriculum. Our students won't understand American history without understanding African American history, and those who don't understand history, Mr. Speaker, are doomed to repeat it. And that's why this February, all Americans must recommit to teaching Black history in our homes, our schools, and our churches, on TV, on Twitter, and yes, even in the halls of Congress. We must be unified and unafraid to say Black and to teach our history and heritage. Because if we don't remember the Greensboro Four, Rosa Parks, Martin Luther, and Coretta Scott King, John Lewis, Hattie McDaniel, Frederick Douglass, Harriet and Dred Scott, Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, and countless others, someday, somewhere, someone will have to endure what they endured to win yet again the rights and the respect they fought for. And that's why, for me, every month, Mr. Speaker, is Black History Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the tragic passing of Devin Willock and Chandler LaCoy of the University of Georgia. Following the Georgia Football National Championship parade, Devin and Chandler were in a tragic accident that claimed their lives. Devin played offensive line for the Bulldogs and was a key part of their national championship run this past season. Devin will be remembered by all as a kind soul that loved his family, the game of football, and his teammates. Chandler graduated from the University of Georgia in 2020 with a master's degree and then went on to work as a recruiting analyst for the Bulldogs. Members of the Georgia football staff spoke about her passion for Georgia athletics and how she always went above and beyond in her work. Her warm spirit and love for her beloved Bulldogs will be remembered by all. I know that I speak for the entire 1st District, for the state of Georgia, and for the Bulldog Nation when I say that we will miss Devin and Chandler, but I know that their legacy will live on. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Hinesville, Georgia, for being a great place to live, work, and raise a family. Recently, Hinesville was erroneously named as one of the most miserable places to live in all of the state of Georgia. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, Hinesville is not only one of the best cities in the 1st District of Georgia, but it is arguably one of the best cities in all of the state. Hinesville is one of the fastest growing cities in all of southeast Georgia. It's also home to Fort Stewart and the 3rd Infantry Division, the largest Army installation east of the Mississippi River. Across the city, Spanish moss gracefully drapes from the magnificent oak trees. There is a farmer's market every Thursday and countless festivals throughout the year. Hinesville is a wonderful community, full of Southern hospitality and a relaxed way of life. The only thing miserable about this city are the attitudes of people who won't give it a fair shake. I'm proud of Hinesville. It is a great city. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legendary college football coach Paul Johnson for his induction into the College Football Hall of Fame. Utilizing his patent spread offense, Johnson compiled a career record of 189-99 in 22 seasons. In 11 seasons at Georgia Tech, he had a record of 82-60. His 82 wins are 4th most in Tech history. Johnson is responsible for 2 10-win seasons and 1 11-win season at Tech. He led the Jackets to 9 bowl appearances and 3 Atlantic Coast Conference Championship games. Johnson received ACC Coach of the Year honors 3 times in his career and National Coach of the Year honors twice. When he stepped down at Tech at the end of the 2018 season, his 189 career victories ranked 4th among NCAA Division I FBS head coaches. While I may be a Georgia Bulldog, I want to congratulate Coach Johnson for his legendary career and his induction into the College Football Hall of Fame. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Olympia Cafe, located in Savannah, Georgia. The cafe has been ranked in the top 10% of restaurants worldwide by a popular online travel company. Owner Nick Pappas started this restaurant in Savannah over 30 years ago. Before opening in the city, he had been told numerous times that Savannah was not the best place to open a cafe. However, those people were wrong. Pappas has found the perfect location. Olympia Cafe regularly hosts famous movie celebrities and worldwide travelers. He is proud of the restaurant's award because it relies on customer reviews, which reflects the cafe's hard work. I'd like to congratulate Pappas and everyone at the Olympia Cafe for winning this wonderful award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring voice to my constituents who've been screwed over and ripped off by our utility company, Central Hudson. My colleagues here may never have heard of Central Hudson, but the people of the Hudson Valley know them all too well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the farmer in Ulster Park, New York, who received such a massive utility bill, $16,585, 17 times her normal bill, that she actually contemplated suicide. She described the debt, which put her at risk of losing her family farm, as a guillotine hanging over her head. I rise for the single mother in Kingston who told me she's afraid to cook for her 4 kids because turning on the stove means facing a gigantic gas bill. For the mayor of our city of Newburgh, who received a bill of $708,000 for a single month of electricity at his 3-bedroom family home. For senior citizens on a fixed income who had their entire checking accounts wiped out by an autopay withdrawal. And I could tell hundreds more of these stories and still not scratch the surface of this incredible corporate ineptitude. Mr. Speaker, we rely on our public utilities for a necessary service. They exist for the public good, and they're built on a foundation of public trust. Central Hudson and its CEO, Mr. Charles Freni, have irrevocably broken this trust. Since my calls for an investigation into Central Hudson's disastrous billing practices almost a year ago, we've received more than 11,000 formal complaints. A New York State Department of Public Service report revealed Central Hudson's billing system was riddled with hundreds of programming errors, leading to nearly 5,000 customers not receiving their bills, 8,000 customers overcharged, and more than 30,000 customers whose autopay was billed incorrectly, costing them over $16 million. And I want to be clear, I do not fault the hardworking employees of Central Hudson. They begged for additional training. They suggested improvements to this system. They worked hours and hours of overtime. They wanted to do the right thing for the people of the Hudson Valley. But Central Hudson and its CEO clearly did not. Just 2 weeks ago, in response to this devastating Public Service Commission report documenting their systemic failures, Central Hudson doubled down on their deflection, their denial, and their deception. Rather than taking ownership of their failures, they claimed that no customers were overcharged and that nobody lost any money. I mean, give me a break. Central Hudson's leadership deliberately chose to sweep these problems under the rug. Why? Because now owned by a multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation, they chose to put profits over people. At the same time as our customers, my constituents' bills were skyrocketing and bank accounts were literally being emptied out, their revenues were up over 30% and their profits, surprise, surprise, they're up too. Central Hudson has had opportunity after opportunity to own their mistakes and take accountability. But time and again, they have failed to do so. Mr. Speaker, there is simply no excuse for this. At a time when our families are facing tremendous economic pressure, the last thing they need to worry about is that their bank account will be emptied out just because they tried to power their home. Because of these failures, and because of Central Hudson's continued unwillingness to take accountability, today I'm calling on Central Hudson's CEO, Mr. Charles Freni, to do the right thing for our community and to resign. We need a new leader who will come in, who will improve service, who will finally fix these systemic problems and start the critical work to rebuild trust with our community. That is what the people of the Hudson Valley deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to address the Freedom for Healthcare Workers Act that's been submitted and we will soon vote on. As an ER physician who's treated thousands of patients, who's been exposed to COVID thousands of times, and watched nurses and mid-levels and healthcare workers of all kinds complain about government involvement in healthcare, I wanted to address this topic. I believe I'm the only congressman who's actually been an ER doctor in the pandemic. My last shift was December 28th. I intubated a patient, saw 3 critical patients. Several of them had COVID. Nobody was admitted for COVID, though. Back to the point, though, during this pandemic, we started off with no vaccination. Meanwhile, most of us were exposed, regardless of what PPE we had, and it was limited at times, to people who had fevers, who had symptoms even before we knew what COVID was. And a lot of us got sick and developed immunity naturally. And then the government stepped in. Although well-meaning, a lot of times government officials think they have the answer to everything, including things they really don't know about. And what they will do is cherry pick the experts that agree with them to say, this is what experts believe, and that's why all healthcare professionals should believe this also. That's not how we make progress in medicine. As a matter of fact, it stifles innovation and progress. At one time, we had a president, Garfield, who was shot. And it was poor practice in medicine where doctors probed his wound and made him septic that caused him to die. There was a dissenting opinion, Dr. Lister, you may have heard of Listerine, who believed in antiseptic, but he was scoffed at and belittled because he was the outlying person. Imagine where we would be if government stepped in and said, our experts said you don't need to wash your hands before you probe wounds. We'd still be in the dark ages of medicine. So I beg the government to stay out of the way of healthcare progress, to stay out of the debate of healthcare professionals. Because quite frankly, very few people in Congress understand medicine the way healthcare professionals do. They haven't been to medical school, and even those who haven't been in medicine for a long time. And quite frankly, the doctors' caucus is seldom relied on for healthcare policy, which is a shame. If you haven't been to medical school, if you haven't taken your boards, if you haven't been to residency, if you haven't seen tens of thousands of patients, you shouldn't be telling doctors who have a dissenting opinion what to do. There is no standard of care based on government. It's based on physicians having a good decision, trying different things, and finding out what works. That's how medicine has progressed in America, far beyond any limitations that we have in foreign countries. We are the leaders of innovation in healthcare. We should consider our healthcare professionals when we make decisions and not consider government first when it comes to standard of care. If you want to require healthcare professionals to have a vaccination, why do you think the government understands that requirement better than the very healthcare professional who not only treats this but was exposed to it, who has natural immunities, and who understands the side effects not only of the disease but also of the vaccination? Once again, I submit to you that it is time to let healthcare professionals make their own decisions, especially when it comes to their own lives. They are the ones that put their lives on the line during this pandemic. They are the ones that treated the sick patients, and they are the ones that know best whether a vaccination will benefit them or harm them, not a government. And I must also remind you that our Constitution is based on individual rights, not on a collective governance by politicians telling people what to do in things they don't know about. So with that, I hope we support the Freedom for Healthcare Workers Act, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Barra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize the lifetime achievements of Angelo K. Tsakopoulos. Mr. Tsakopoulos' story is the story of the American dream. Angelo immigrated to the United States from Greece at the age of 15. He worked hard. He didn't have a whole lot, but went into the real estate business to help pay for his education at California State University, Sacramento. He built a real estate company. Angelo helped shape Sacramento over his life. The Sacramento Bee has identified Mr. Tsakopoulos potentially as the most influential Sacramentan since John Sutter. His contributions, not just to our community, but to philanthropy, to education, to the arts, are outstanding. Mr. Tsakopoulos also never forgot his roots in Greece. This Monday, he'll receive lifetime recognition for his service to Hellenism. He's established multiple foundations and organizations to celebrate the values and the culture of his homeland. He also, through his family, continues to do public service through his daughter, Eleni, who's our lieutenant governor in California. So on Monday, February 6th, all of us in Sacramento, the United States, and all Greek Americans recognize the contributions of Angelo Sakopoulos and his family and the contributions to preserving Greek culture. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the first day of Black History Month to recognize the importance of studying African American history and Black history in the United States. It's incredibly important for us to recognize the history and teach it to our young students, from elementary school to middle school to high school, but to all Americans. We have to understand the good and the bad. We have to understand the legacy of slavery, of Jim Crow, of mass incarceration. We need to understand, as I stand here on the floor of the House of Representatives in the United States Capitol, a beacon of democracy and freedom, that this is a building that was built by enslaved people. It's important for us to understand that because we need to recognize that and get better and teach that to future generations of Americans. We also need to recognize the accomplishments of individuals, the moral character of our former colleague, John Lewis, who really was the moral backbone of this institution. The first president that I served under, Barack Obama, the accomplishments not just as president, but what a great human being, father, and husband. My close friend, the first female vice president, the first African American vice president, the first Asian American vice President Kamala Harris. She's a role model for my daughter and future women across the spectrum in the United States. And our good friend, the minority leader of the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries, someone that we're all proud about. So let's understand African American history. Let's teach it. Let's not try to erase the parts that we don't want to teach, because if we don't teach history, we will be condemned to repeat some of those mistakes. We need to learn from the past, and we need to get better. Let's teach it to all of our students. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Assemblymember Ken Cooley for his decades of service to Sacramento County and the state of California. Ken served in the California State Assembly for 10 years representing the 8th Assembly District, which covered the eastern half of Sacramento County. Assemblyman Cooley started his public service career in Sacramento as the Chief of Staff to the State Assemblyman and later as Chief Counsel to the Assembly Finance and Insurance Committee. He was elected to Rancho Cordova's first City Council in 2002 and twice served as Mayor of Rancho Cordova. Ken was a constant presence and continues to be a constant presence throughout our community. I've had the privilege to go to many events with Ken, and he's a close friend. He's an Eagle Scout as well and really committed to the scouting, helping recognize youth achievement through the Boy Scouts of America. The city of Rancho Cordova and all of us in Sacramento County are better off thanks to his hard work and determination, and I wish him all the best in the next chapter of his life. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Americans have the fundamental right to keep and bear arms that shall not be infringed. The unelected bureaucrats at the ATF do not have the constitutional authority to ban guns and violate the Second Amendment rights of American citizens. I am proud to join my colleagues to block Joe Biden's pistol brace gun ban and also to fight against to defund the ATF. In Illinois, Governor Pritzker signed an unconstitutional gun ban that violates the Second Amendment rights of my constituents. Joe Biden and J.B. Pritzker's policies release dangerous criminals, defund the police, and then they want to take our Second Amendment right to defend ourselves. I'm a proud member of the House Freedom Caucus and the House Second Amendment Caucus, and we are united in our opposition to these unconstitutional attacks on the rights of the American people. I will always stand for our constitutional rights and protect our Second Amendment right in Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Social Security coverage is an earned benefit. In January, Social Security beneficiaries began to see an 8.7% cost of living increase, the largest since 1981. This COLA covers retirees as well as workers who become disabled and surviving children under age 18 whose working parents died. For nearly a century, America has honored the sacred insurance promise intergenerationally. Those who work throughout their lives will benefit from the fruits of their labor. Yet this historic cost of living adjustment will help Americans manage their cost of living to pay bills and put food on the table. In addition, millions of Medicare users will now only pay $35 per month for insulin. This cost savings will benefit hundreds of thousands of Ohioans. Hundreds of thousands. The Social Security COLA, along with affordable insulin, are being championed by congressional Democrats. We know the foundation of financial stability for over 66 million retired Americans is their earned social insurance benefits. Respecting their lives and work, Democrats will always honor Social Security and vote to protect it and to strengthen Medicare. Mr. Speaker, in addition, I rise today to also call upon President Biden to fund the new Great Lakes Authority in the administration's fiscal year 2024 budget request. With support from our Great Lakes colleagues, the Great Lakes Authority was authorized in the fiscal year 2023 Omnibus Appropriation Bill and signed into law on January 2nd, 2023. Across America, regional development instrumentalities like this have existed for decades. But until now, the Great Lakes region was the one major region left out of our nation's toolkit for regional cooperation, reinvestment, and revitalization. Launched initially with federal resources to drive economic and environmental recovery, this authority now exists and aims to become self-sufficient sooner rather than later. So this new year brings new opportunities for public-private partnerships across our Great Lakes region for investment and revitalization. The Great Lakes Authority will harness the region's strengths, including stewardship of the largest body of fresh water on the continent and on Earth. Our region is home to America's industrial and agricultural strength, and we have hardworking men and women who manufacture the majority of automobiles and trucks this nation manufactures, as well, of course, farmers in our agricultural heartland who feed us all. We have these massive production assets in this region. And finally, the wealth of the region has allowed for an array of educational and corporate institutions as well, who now can be mobilized together to reboot and repurpose the region's recovery from massive job outsourcing and, frankly, outright neglect that has damaged its potential for far too long. Investing to strengthen the Great Lakes heartland will usher in a new era for our communities. It's time to fund the Great Lakes Authority to be the key regional economic development engine that becomes self-supporting through public-private sector partnerships that make a lasting impact. Onward, Great Lakes Authority. There's no time like the present to launch a stronger and more hopeful future for every community across our precious region. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sports and athletic competitions provide essential opportunities for women to thrive at every stage of their life. As children in youth sports, as teens in high school, in college, and throughout a healthy and productive life. As a former competitive athlete, an equestrian, a basketball player, a golfer, and yes, the teenage curling champion of 1975 in my hometown, I know the unparalleled opportunities that sports offer to women and girls. Competitive sports give women a chance to learn new skills, to develop lifelong friendships, and challenge themselves to compete at the highest levels. Title IX and the banning of discrimination against women in sports made so much of this possible for me and countless other women. But today, these opportunities are under threat. Joe Biden's Department of Education and state agencies across the nation are allowing, even encouraging, biological men to participate in women's sports. This is fundamentally unfair. It deprives women and girls of what so many of us fought for decades to achieve: equal opportunity to train, to compete, and to excel in athletics. We witnessed this past year during the NCAA Women's Swimming Championship, a phenomenal female athlete was robbed of her title by a biological male. And this is not an isolated incident. The tragedy is playing out in countless other sports across athletic leagues across our nation. Today, we take a stand, we take a stand, and with compassion for all, in defense of women's sports and to stop this dangerous precedent. I'm honored to be joined today by an amazing group of outstanding women athletes, courageously standing up for women in all sports across our nation and all women athletes in our chamber today. This is why I'm so honored to co-sponsor Representative Greg Steube's Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act and to announce its introduction today in honor of National Women and Girls in Sports. I have here the legislation. This bill will make a violation of Title IX for biological men to compete in sports designated for women or girls. Further, it sensibly defines sex-based on one's biological designation at birth. This bill isn't just anti-woke, it's actually pro-science. This bill will protect opportunities for women and girls to compete fairly on the athletic field and in life, without interference from woke agencies or politicians who are making up definitions of sex and gender as they go, all to fit toxic political agendas and ideologies. Women have fought hard over the years for equality of opportunity, and it is essential that we protect these opportunities we cherish today for generations of women and girls to come. The Republican majority has pledged to protect women's sports, and today we're delivering on that promise with Congressman Steube's bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back and shall introduce Mr. Steube's bill today. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The work of Congress, in particular the House of Representatives, is to advance the well-being, security, and economic growth of the American people. And let me define for you who the American people are. For all of us as members of Congress, that looks very different. For me, in my district, it means the young entrepreneur who's eager and excited about starting a new business, a startup company. It's the middle-aged couple who have government jobs, who have worked diligently, scrimped and saved to buy a home, and are now looking for financing and support to send their children to college. It's the veteran who has served this country and now has to navigate through the bureaucracy of federal government to get those rights and privileges that, having served this country, he or she deserves. It's the senior citizen, the retiree, who is always watching their budget to make sure that they have enough to meet all of their bills and somehow get by. Those are the people, those are the families that I fight for. And I know that on my side of the aisle, those workers, parents, seniors, young people are who we as Democrats are fighting for. And while we may come from different families with different standings, beliefs, and statuses, that's who we all should be working for in this chamber. Presently, however, the House Republican economic scheme, will only hurt working Americans' families whom we say we are here to support. As Congress, as the House of Representatives of the people, we must, in partnership with a president, continue to enact legislation to protect the financial security of American working families. That's why I am directly calling on my colleagues, the Republican conference members, to begin the work of legislating for the American people. The majority of Americans, not the performative politics required by an extreme social media fringe. Legislation to help work out the best possibilities to solve the growing challenges that our family, the American people, face every day. The current Republican-led plan to cut taxes in favor of the wealthy does not help lower and middle-income families. Instead, it increases our national deficit and makes inflation worse. The dismantling of Social Security will be devastating to retirees who have paid into that system and believe that it is something that they are going to have to live out their best days yet. Likewise, allowing prescription drug prices and health insurance premiums to rise while simultaneously allowing for an increasing energy bills and student loan payments only make it harder for families to financially stay afloat and take care of their health. In the last Congress, the 117th Congress, President Biden and House Democrats forged extraordinary progress, working in a bipartisan manner in the other chamber for American working families with many consequential new laws. The American Rescue Plan, which kick-started the fastest, strongest jobs recovery in modern times, creating more than 10 million jobs in just 2 years. The Infrastructure Law, which put Americans back to work while simultaneously rebuilding our roads, bridges, ports, and water systems. The Safer Communities Act, which deploys stronger tools to help guns out of dangerous hands. The PACT Act, which ensures that veterans who are exposed to toxic chemicals while protecting our nation can access the healthcare services they need. The CHIPS and Science Act, which will power American preeminence in science, innovation, manufacturing, and strengthen our national security and bring jobs back to America for decades to come. And the Inflation Reduction Act, which slashed prescription drug costs, lowering healthcare premiums, delivering the most consequential climate action in history, and reducing the federal deficit. All of this progress can continue if we continue to work to legislate, not to perform for cameras, social media, but to work for the American people. It is incumbent on us all, Democrats, Republicans, all of us, to work together to protect the health and security and freedom of families, the American families. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel, for 5 minutes.
Speaker. Oops. Let me get this. Wow, she's tall. Mr. Speaker, let me just first start and say this, that hatred and discrimination against any marginalized community is wrong, whether it be an ethnic minority, LGBT, a person with disability, women and girls. Today I want to focus on something that is very personal to me. My family was blessed. My grandfather came over to this country from Poland just before the rise of Hitler. And he saved his brothers and sisters, bringing them over. But too many people were not so blessed. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today and start my comments by saying, never again. As I address the growing concern of anti-Semitism in my home state of Florida and across this country. And this rise in anti-Semitism is deeply concerning, particularly the lessons of the Holocaust, where we saw or lost 6 million Jews and millions of others who were murdered by the Nazis in one of the worst human atrocities in our history of the world. Precious lives who were tortured, gassed, shot, and treated less than human. And it is terrifying that we find ourselves today having to defend the fact that it even happened. So we say never again, to remind the world that we just didn't wake up one moment to gas chambers and genocide. It was a slow and deliberate effort dehumanizing Jews and others, fomenting fear, and normalizing extremism and prejudice. Today, Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism is on the rise. The incidences of anti-Semitism reported, this is just reported to the Anti-Defamation League, has risen significantly by 34% in their last report. That's over 2,700 incidences just in a year that are reported. Vandalism, harassment, assaults, Molotov cocktails thrown at synagogues, defacing Jewish cemeteries. I could go on and on. The point is, it is clear that anti-Semitism is real. And in my own hometown county of Palm Beach County, which is home to tens of thousands of Jews, just this month, or I should say in January, there were Nazi symbols projected on buildings. There were hundreds and hundreds of anti-Semitic flyers thrown into the yards of people. So, Mr. Speaker, I say, what should we do? What must we do? Combating anti-Semitism is everyone's responsibility. There's something for all of us to do to promote a more inclusive and respectful society. And so let me just give a to-do list. It's not necessarily inclusive, but some things that we should all take to heart. Believe it or not, a significant number of our young people don't have any understanding of the Holocaust. And so, of course, education and awareness about the Holocaust and the history of anti-Semitism and the harm it causes, that is something that's very important, education. And all of us must speak out and condemn anti-Semitism wherever and whenever it calls, whether it's using your voice, your Facebook page, your Twitter, writing letters to the editor. If you see something, you must say something. And we should be working with our great partners who, across different sectors and levels of government, to combat anti-Semitism and protect our Jewish communities. Partners like the ADL and the American Jewish Committee and many others. And we have to keep our house of worship safe. And not just synagogues, but churches and mosques. People must be free in this country to go to a house of worship and feel safe. And we must support the laws and policies that protect people and communities from discrimination. That's all, as I said, discrimination, and that is improving hate crime reporting and prosecuting hate crimes. Building a bridge, Mr. Speaker, as I finish up, let me just refer to a magnificent hero in my community, Ben Ferencz, who the last living Nuremberg prosecutor, who tells us that creating a world of tolerance and compassion would be a long and arduous task. It is a task we must all take up in words and actions. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida. Without objection, 5 minutes.
I rise today to call on the Biden administration to close the disposable e-cigarette loophole. I commend this administration's work to curtail youth e-cigarette use. Youth usage of cigarettes and vaping is at a historic low, but the FDA's guidance issued by the previous administration on January 20th that prohibits flavored e-cigarettes does not apply to any of the disposable e-cigarette products currently on the market. It is important to note that non-disposable products with cartridge insertions are already banned by the FDA, but the loophole on disposable e-cigarettes has allowed a surge in youth usage, as according to the Center of Disease Control. The study shows that usage is up by 2,000% since 2019. It is a dangerous oversight that can easily be fixed by closing the Trump-era loophole. Disposable cigarettes are single use. They are not meant to be refilled or recharged. Right now, in smoke shops and corner stores and around the country, you might see dozens of disposable e-cigarette products in flavors like iced apple mango, strawberry, pineapple, and even lemonade. These products are sleek, affordable, pocket-sized, and highly accessible to our youth. The president can take immediate action by closing this Trump-era loophole. The future and safety of American youth depends on this. Mr. Speaker, last week, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' administration blocked a new advanced placement African American history course from being taught in Florida high schools, arguing that the course violates state law and is historically inaccurate. The DeSantis administration rejection of the AP course is unfathomable, unsound, and unacceptable. Instead of improving and expanding on the quality of education for Florida high school students, this administration's extreme agenda aims to roll back the clock by denying its students the right to explore the painful, complex, and rich history of African Americans in our country. The rejection of this course is an attempt to erase from our memory the truth about how hate, bigotry has destroyed our nation's moral fabric and ushered in one of the darkest moments of United States history. Governor Ron DeSantis claimed that he wants to protect students from the woke indoctrination, but what he really wants to do is to deny the truth by making bigoted relics and policies more digestible for future generations. It is only when we acknowledge and learn from our past that we can embrace the present and confidently shape our future. This blatant attack on the importance and value of African American history and culture fails to move our states and our country forward. It is these theatric schemes by the GOP that cripple our nation and growth and exemplify a poor reflection of who we are as a nation. America's diversity is, in fact, its greatest strength, and every culture has to be respected and celebrated. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Intercede in our lives, O Lord, even as we offer prayers of intercession for others. While we offer our petitions and thanksgiving for our leaders and all who are in authority, with our voices we also pray for those who have no voice, for those who have no hope, and for those who don't know how or what to pray in the moments they are now enduring. Hear our prayers for the individuals we know and name in our hearts who are grieving loss or suffering illness. For the many who are mute with pain and despair, may the prayers from our lips reach you on their behalf. Hear our prayers for our communities and our country who are fractured by the tragedies of violence in all its forms. For the many cities and neighborhoods disrupted with animosity and distrust, may the prayers we offer together in this place bring forth the comedy to be found only in you. Hear our prayers for the war-torn countries around the world and for their citizens who suffer from abuses of power, the deprivation of religious liberties, and the brutal oppression of human rights. For these who are prohibited from praying, may our prayers be louder and stronger than the adversary who seeks to silence them. You alone are sovereign, O God. May our faith be found righteous before you, that our prayers would be powerful and effective on behalf of your people. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Country in the world. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Penn State University's World Campus on 25 years of online learning. In 1998, Penn State World Campus launched its first online courses. Since then, those initial courses have expanded to more than 175 degrees and certificate programs and almost 34,000 students who have graduated with a Penn State degree they earned online. Through the past 25 years, the leadership of World Campus has remained dedicated to helping students to reach their goals. The creation of World Campus allows students to find success in a flexible way. Students who wanted a Penn State degree but could not go to a campus have access to an extensive selection of associate's, bachelor's, and master degree programs. In fact, Penn State World Campus is ranked number 5 on Military Times' Best for Vets list, named guard-friendly by the Pennsylvania National Guard Associations. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Penn State alumni, the World Campus gives students of all backgrounds and ages to be able to find success and join the extensive Penn State community. Congratulations, Penn State World Campus. We can't wait to see what the next 25 years have in store. We are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about what has been and should always be a bipartisan issue, raising our nation's debt ceiling. Raising America's debt ceiling ensures we do not default on our financial obligations to those we've borrowed from and prevents economic catastrophe in the process. But don't take my word for it. Listen to American businesses, economists, and financial institutions who know the drastic consequences a debt default would have for the U.S. economy and working Americans. The Business Roundtable, which represents the CEOs of some of the nation's largest companies, has said about raising the debt limit. Failure to lift the debt federal debt limit to meet U.S. obligations would produce an otherwise avoidable crisis and pose an unacceptable risk to the nation's economic growth, job creation, and financial markets. And if you don't want to take their word for it, I recommend heeding these words. The full consequences of a default, or even the serious prospect of a default by the U.S., are impossible to predict and awesome to contemplate. Mr. Speaker, those are the words of President Ronald Reagan, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week, the Vice President traveled to North Carolina to tout the Biden administration's so-called accomplishments in helping our nation's small business. Well, the American people can see through the Vice President's PR stunt and know sky-high inflation, worker shortage, and supply chain disruptions are nothing to celebrate. I have been a small business owner for 52 years and still am, and know these economic headwinds job creators are facing firsthand. The reality is small businesses are worse off due to this administration's disastrous policies and out-of-control Washington spending. As the chairman of the Small Business Committee, I welcome anyone who wants to celebrate entrepreneurship and recognize our great small businesses. However, no amount of media events will change the dire reality Main Street continues to experience under this administration's 2-year crackdown on job creators. More needs to be done to unleash the full potential of Main Street, and the direction must change before anyone goes on a victory lap or asks for a trophy. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today, the first day of Black History Month, to honor Black history as American history. Black history is about the sung and unsung Black heroes and sheroes who have contributed to our nation's progress, from the Revolutionary War to the fight against COVID and everything in between. So therefore, we say thank you to the Black Americans who stand for justice, for voting rights, for women's rights, for saving Black lives, for better health care, climate reform, and education. I believe whether it is teaching AP Black History courses or standing on this House floor, that when we acknowledge the unique struggle of Black Americans through history, we grow closer to our nation's highest ideals. I hope everyone will take time this month to learn and truly understand, Mr. Speaker, that Black history is American history, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, deceptive drugs made of fentanyl are killing young people and destroying lives in Southern California and across our nation at an alarming rate. In California, fentanyl is responsible for 1 out of every 5 youth deaths. The top source of fentanyl is the U.S.-Mexico border, and last year, 60% of fentanyl found in 2022 was at Southern California ports of entry in San Diego and Imperial counties near my district. The Orange County Sheriff Department seized more than 400 pounds of suspected fentanyl and nearly 400,000 pills suspected to contain fentanyl during the first 10 months in 2022. I'll keep fighting for solutions to secure our border, prevent these drugs from entering our schools, streets, neighborhoods, and homes. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the addiction crisis that continues to impact just about every community and every family across this country. Many of us have lost neighbors, friends, and loved ones. And despite significant efforts at all levels of government, recent statistics show the problem is worsening. My hometown of Manchester saw a 22% increase in opioid-related overdoses last year and a 41% increase in opioid-related deaths. We must do more to confront this crisis, to support those who are suffering from substance use disorder, and to stop the trafficking of fentanyl and its analogs. These substances, which authorities are now finding in nearly all illicit drugs, have only made this crisis more and more deadly. That's why last week, alongside Representatives Dan Newhouse and Tony Gonzalez, I reintroduced the Save Americans from the Fentanyl Emergency Act. Our bill would permanently schedule all fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I drugs. This would ensure that law enforcement retains an important tool to get these deadly drugs off the streets and hold traffickers accountable. It will help save lives. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the launch of the Greater Oklahoma City Asian Chamber of Commerce, which will empower businesses and support the economic growth of the Asian community in Oklahoma. The Asian community is one of the fastest growing populations in the nation, and in Oklahoma, with nearly 50,000 Asian residents and more than 5,300 businesses in the Greater Oklahoma City metro area, resulting in $203 million in payroll and $1.25 billion in sales. Clearly, the Asian community has fostered great innovation and boosted our local economy. I am proud to serve such a vibrant community, and I'm grateful for their remarkable contributions to the district. Thank you to the incredible leaders and entrepreneurs who have created this new chamber that will benefit the community and beyond. I am particularly grateful for the leadership of Scarlett Lake Howe and her vision in starting the Greater Oklahoma City Asian Chamber of Commerce. Her leadership will be vital for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the incredible life and service of World War II veteran Paul Woods. Mr. Woods joined the United States Army in 1941. During the war, he bravely fought for America's freedoms abroad and racism at home. Mr. Woods is known to say, "A bullet knows no race, rank, or status. We are all brothers on the battlefield." On February 20th, Mr. Woods will celebrate his 100th birthday. It is my honor to celebrate this American hero and to thank him for the selfless service on behalf of a grateful nation. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to rise today to honor an incredible woman, my Deputy Chief of Staff, Sharon Johnson. Today marks Sharon's 35th year of service to Mississippi's 3rd Congressional District. Sharon was born and raised in Louisville, Mississippi, and began her career in Washington, D.C. under the legendary G.V. Sonny Montgomery. Since that time, Sharon has served our district under all 3 members of Congress since: Congressman Chip Pickering, Congressman Greg Harper, and now I am blessed that she has been a member of my team since day one. Over the past 35 years, Sharon has proven to be a true asset to the people of Mississippi's 3rd Congressional District. Her unwavering commitment to service and community has earned her the respect and admiration of those who have had the privilege of working with her. Today, we honor Sharon and celebrate her service. I'm hopeful that Sharon's record of public service will inspire future generations of young women to consider this important work. On behalf of Mississippi's 3rd Congressional District, I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to Sharon Johnson for her 35 years of unwavering service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this day, 63 years ago, 4 courageous North Carolina A&T students Franklin McCain, Jabril Kazan, Joseph McNeil, and David Richmond staged a sit-in at the whites-only lunch counter of the Woolworth department store in Greensboro, North Carolina, after they were refused service. They came to be known as the Greensboro Four. In the days to come, their peaceful protests grew as they were joined by students from Bennett College and Dudley High School. Their courageous actions inspired over 700,000 people across the nation to participate in sit-ins, sparking a revolution that moved our nation forward in the fight for civil rights. Today, as we celebrate the first day of Black History Month, we remember their legacy, which is honored at the International Civil Rights Center and Museum that is in that very Woolworth's building in Greensboro. Oops, thank you. I'm proud to co-lead a resolution with Congresswoman Adams to encourage states to include the Greensboro sit-ins in school curriculums. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Seek to address the House. Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a lifelong public servant and a valuable member of the Texas 11 team, Mrs. Jan Lentz. For 7 years, Jan has devoted her time and talents to our district as a constituent services aide. She previously served with the Veterans Administration, West Texas Counseling and Guidance, and many other organizations, and has led a veteran support group for over 15 years, most of this as a volunteer. Jan's impact on our community exceeds everything beyond words, and her service has extended far beyond our district. She has literally impacted thousands of lives, veteran lives, family member lives, and so many in need in our community. Over the years, Jan has secured countless benefits for veterans and has impacted thousands of veteran families. And last year alone, she returned over $100,000 in taxes back to constituents. Jan is someone who we all wish we could be. As she moves into the next phase of her life and into retirement, we want Jan to know that we're grateful for your service. We're grateful for what you have done for our community, for veterans, and for so many people in need. And Jan, I want to say thank you from the bottoms of our heart, from our team and our district and the state of Texas. We all wish you good luck in retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today as we approach the 1-year anniversary of the heroism of Benjamin Steidinger of Germansville, Pennsylvania. When Benjamin saw smoke coming from a house across his street, he didn't just call 911. He climbed up a ladder to the second story, knocked out a window, and crawled across the floor, where he rescued 2 women, a baby, and a dog from the smoke and flames. Benjamin thought he might not make it out of that house alive, but he put his life at risk in sacrifice for others. He is among the best of us. Today, I commend Benjamin for representing and living out the values of our community, grit, determination, and courage in the face of immense challenge. Benjamin, on behalf of Pennsylvania's 7th District, thank you for your courage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor a great man, Deputy Jay Benezet from Cass County Sheriff's Office, who recently received the life-saving award. Deputy Benezet was on his way home from an extra-duty assignment at the Sheriff's Office, heard a dispatch call, and an incident had happened nearby. He answered that call for service. Deputy Benezet got on the scene where 2 motor vehicles were involved in an accident. One vehicle was completely overturned and had water pouring into it. With 2 people trapped inside and one struggling to keep her head above water, Deputy Benezet was able to quickly rescue both of them, saving a life, preventing a drowning. His action shows dedication to duty under the most extreme circumstances, and he has been recognized with a life-saving award by his department. Deputy Benezet serves Cass County in our 4th District faithfully. He is a hero for our community. He will be our guest at the State of the Union address next week, and I thank him and every member of our law enforcement community across America for the service they do for us and for you. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marks the 83rd anniversary of the first Social Security check being issued. Since then, Democrats have worked to protect and strengthen Social Security, which has kept seniors from poverty and helped to ensure and secure economic future for our working Americans. This year, Social Security beneficiaries received an 8.7% cost of living adjustment, the largest increase in decades. And while 70 million Americans are benefiting from this increase today, Republicans are working hard to slash Social Security and Medicare. To add further insult to injury, the Republicans' economic scheme includes a 30% sales tax that will impact every American family. Our children, our families, our seniors do not deserve to carry the undue financial burden of Republican tax breaks for large corporations and billionaires. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to realign their priorities and start working for the people. That I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a result of the failing policies by Biden and the Democrat-led Congress, American families continue to feel the impact of a 40-year high of inflation in their pocketbooks. Last year, the cost of everyday products and services rose exponentially, destroying jobs. Since Biden took office, there's been a $10 trillion increase in spending above projections, $2.5 trillion increase in interest payments on growing federal debt, $1.9 trillion on the American Rescue Plan, $745 billion on the Inflation Expansion Act, $3.4 trillion on the Infrastructure Investment Act, $1 trillion in Biden executive actions. This irresponsible spending has hurt all Americans, and we must address it. The newly elected House Republican majority, ably led by Speaker Kevin McCarthy, is committed to creating jobs and a government that is accountable to the people. We must reestablish fiscal sanity. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. Just yesterday, another terrorist was caught crossing the southern border.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend or revise our remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last 2 days, I've heard repeatedly the other side of the House say that Republicans want to cut Social Security or reduce spending on Social Security, reduce benefits from Social Security. I will call that a lie. Just because you repeat it multiple times does not make it a fact. I haven't heard one. I actually asked around my entire delegation, my entire caucus, does anybody want to reduce spending on Social Security? Not one person said yes. Matter of fact, everybody said no. As a caucus, we've discussed this multiple times, both on the floor and in conference, and we have all unanimously said we are not going to reduce spending on Social Security. As a matter of fact, I would challenge anybody who says differently to show me in writing where the secret document exists or where the secret statement exists, because I haven't seen it. So I just want to take this opportunity to express that just because you say it doesn't make it fact. And the fact is, no Republican is talking about reducing spending on Social Security as a caucus. Thank you. And with that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the House Republican Conference, I sent to the desk a privileged resolution and asked for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 84, resolve.
Clerk will suspend. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Unanimous consent that notwithstanding Section 1A2A of the House Resolution 12, as amended by Section 1C of House Resolution 78, the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government be composed of the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary, together with not more than 19 other members, delegates, or the resident commissioner appointed by the Speaker, of whom not more than 8 shall be appointed in consultation with the minority leader.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 83 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 2, House Resolution 83. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 9, denouncing the horrors of socialism. All points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution are waived. The concurrent resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the concurrent resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order, without intervention of any point of order, to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 76, removing a certain member from a certain standing committee of the House. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ethics or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished ranking member from Massachusetts, my good friend, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all other members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Resolution 83 provides for consideration of 2 resolutions under a closed rule. They are House Concurrent Resolution 9 and House Resolution 76. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying resolutions. HCon Res 9 is a simple resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism in all forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policy here in the United States. This resolution should not be controversial. Socialism is a harmful ideology that is opposed to everything the United States stands for. Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin both described and demonstrated how socialism is a transition period between capitalism and communism. And we've seen this time and time again. Socialist ideology creates a concentration of power that leads to communist regimes, totalitarian rule, and brutal dictatorships that deprive their citizens of basic freedoms and human rights. We've seen the horrors of communism through the tens of millions killed by regimes in China, the Soviet Union, North Korea, Cambodia, and elsewhere. Horrors that some of my colleagues across the aisle refused to even condemn yesterday during the Rules Committee hearing on this. Even today, hundreds of thousands of Russians, Chinese, Cambodians, Koreans, Cubans, and Venezuelans have fled from murderous communist dictatorships and have legally resettled here in the United States. They are a living testament to the barbarity of these socialist regimes and the promise of the American dream. It's essential that Congress condemn the atrocities committed in the name of socialism and prevent any socialist policies from being implemented in the United States. Additionally, the rule before us provides for consideration of H.Res. 76, a resolution that would remove Representative Ilhan Omar from her seat on the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Representative Omar has a repeated history of making deplorable and despicable anti-Semitic remarks and does not deserve to sit on the committee directly overseeing U.S. international policy, partnerships, and national security. In fact, former chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, a Democrat, Representative Elliot Engel, claimed that such comments made by Representative Omar have, and I quote, no place in the Foreign Affairs Committee or the House of Representatives, end quote. Compared to the actions taken by my Democratic colleagues last Congress, I think that we Republicans are being incredibly generous in only removing Representative Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee instead of from all her committee assignments, which we are clearly in our right to do. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, my good friend Mr. Rushenthaler, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. I'm confused, Mr. Speaker, because after months of hearing from Republicans that they want to address bread and butter issues, that they want to do something about the issues facing everyday people in this country, the issues that we hear about when we go home, we are here instead wasting the time of this body with two useless, stupid political stunts, which are about dividing people, distracting people. Make no mistake, these are Fox News talking points, Tucker Carlson sound bites, press releases. That's what they are. And the reason why is clear. When Democrats were in charge, we had one of the most productive Congresses in history. We passed the biggest climate change bill ever. We passed the biggest infrastructure bill since the interstate highways were built. We passed a bipartisan gun violence bill, stood up to greedy corporations, lifted kids out of poverty, brought jobs and manufacturing back to America. And what are Republicans doing? What are they pushing instead of kitchen table issues? Conspiracy theories, nationwide abortion bans, a 30% national sales tax on groceries and gas, cuts to Social Security and Medicare, giveaways to billionaire corporations so they can cheat on their taxes. That's the kind of garbage that they're wasting the American people's time on. H. Con Res 9 claims to denounce the horrors of socialism. What is this, the Red Scare? I mean, I have to say this is about the stupidest bill I've ever seen. Just a stupid, stupid, stupid bill. And let me just say to my Democratic colleagues, vote however you want on this. Doesn't matter because it does nothing at all. Oh, it denounces Pol Pot. Of course we denounce Pol Pot. I've never heard anyone say anything nice about him. We denounced Stalin. Didn't know that needed a resolution. We denounced Kim Jong-un. Well, not all of us, actually. Because, in fact, if I remember correctly, it was the leader of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, who said he fell in love with him, who talked about how talented he was, who called him a great leader, who bragged about their chemistry. Did any of my Republican colleagues speak up when a brutal tyrant named this resolution was applauded on the world stage by the President of the United States? Did they denounce that? You know what's interesting, Mr. Speaker? One name I noticed was missing from this list, Vladimir Putin. Like, what's up with that? I mean, we condemn Lenin and Stalin, but not Putin? Is that like a Trump thing? Did he put in a call? Seriously, why is Putin left out? And by the way, this isn't just a stupid bill, it's a badly written stupid bill. It lays out all of these awful people and then says we're, quote, rejecting the implementation of socialist policies in the United States of America. And nobody, not a single person so far, has been willing to clarify for me what exactly that means. What the hell are they talking about? Are we talking about public schools here? Fire departments? Roads? What about Medicare and Social Security? Republicans have called Medicare and Social Security socialist programs for years. So we would just like a little clarification here. And we got none last night in the Rules Committee. None. We even tried to include an amendment to clarify that the language here does not imply cuts to Social Security and Medicare. And every Republican, every single Republican on the Rules Committee voted no. So there's our answer. There's our answer. And here's what I think. I think this is about scaring people, and it's about dividing people, and it's about distracting people, which brings me to our next resolution, which removes our colleague Congresswoman Ilhan Omar from the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I mean, the hypocrisy here is staggering. I mean, it literally takes my breath away. Congresswoman Omar has apologized for the things that she said. She said she wants to be an ally in the fight against anti-Semitism. She even voted to condemn anti-Semitism. Every Democrat did as well. You know who voted no? 23 Republicans. 23 Republicans voted against condemning anti-Semitism. Now, maybe the gentleman can explain whether or not they should be removed from their committees. And then, we gave our colleagues in the Rules Committee the chance to add an amendment to their socialism resolution condemning the mass murder of 6 million Jewish people by the Nazis, also known as the Nationalist Socialist German Workers' Party. And guess what? They all voted no. They all voted no. Oh my God, wow. I mean, I keep hearing this both sides stuff, trying to make false equivalences, saying the Democrats opened the door to removing her. Give me a break. Congresswoman Omar never posted a video pretending to kill another member of Congress. She never advocated putting a bullet in the head of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. She never had dinner with neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes and anti-Semite Kanye West. She never spoke at a white supremacy conference. She never said that she would have won January 6th because she was armed. No, those are things Republicans have done and have said. And I will ask again, why aren't those members being removed too? So please, to my friends on the other side, please spare us the absurd comparisons and lectures about anti-Semitism. Republicans refuse to condemn anti-Semitism. Republicans refuse to add an amendment condemning Nazis to this socialism resolution. Republicans have been silent while members of their conference say things that are blatantly anti-Semitic and appear beside Holocaust deniers and bigots. These are awful, awful bills designed to divide and distract people. And I get it. I mean, I get why. I'd want to divide and distract people too if my agenda was as extreme as the agenda that the Speaker of the House is now advocating for. They've spent their entire time and power so far pushing for higher gas prices, higher middle-class taxes, higher inflation, and higher drug costs. They're screwing working families, screwing poor people, and using stupid BS like this to distract from their plans to reward billionaire corporations and hurt working families. And in the middle of it all, they're threatening to trigger a default if we don't cut Social Security and Medicare. Now, we can waste all the time in the world on these resolutions. And on the social resolution, again, I don't even care how people, it is such a waste of time. People can vote any way they want. I just may have made it a habit to always vote no on stupid bills. But this is a waste of our time and a waste of the American people's time. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my good friend from Massachusetts that I don't think you'll find anybody on this side of the aisle or in this chamber that's more of a hawk on Russia than me and Vladimir Putin. I'd gladly condemn Putin. And let's not forget, Putin is a communist. This is a man that started his career as a KGB agent. So this resolution clearly covers Vladimir Putin. We all condemn him. Additionally, I'd like to remind the gentleman that the first time I ever spoke on the House floor, I waited weeks to speak as a freshman. The first time I spoke, though, was on anti-Semitism. I spoke to condemn the shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Squirrel Hill, Pennsylvania. So I'd like to remind my friends across the aisle that we have been mischaracterized by some of the comments that were just said. But let's talk about who won't condemn socialists. We had a ranking member, a Democratic ranking member in the Rules Committee hearing yesterday who was given the chance to condemn Xi, would not do it. Chance to condemn Putin, would not do it. Chance to condemn Pol Pot, wouldn't do it. And a litany of other socialists and communists. So I would just like to remind my friend from across the aisle that members on his side refuse to condemn socialists and communist dictators. But I find it rich that there's a question over the definition of socialism. Remember, for the last 2 years, my friends across the aisle couldn't even define the term woman. We had that rigmarole where they couldn't define woman and refused to acknowledge science that there were different sexes. But now they can split hairs between the difference between socialism and communism. It's absolutely laughable. But let's just define socialism since we're here having this debate. Socialism is a political and economic theory of social organization which advocates that means of production, distribution, and exchange should be owned by the community as a whole. And it's not me saying that socialism leads to communism. That's Marx saying that. That's Lenin saying that, because part of their entire theory was you had a transition period between between capitalism and communism. That transition period, they called, again, Lenin and Marx, they called that socialism. So let's be very clear what we're talking about. Let's not play games with language, especially when we can't even define incredibly basic terms that even kindergarten students could define. But let's talk about what Representative Omar has said talking about that, because I think it's important to put this in context. In February of 2019, Representative Omar tweeted, and I quote, "It's all about the Benjamins, baby," in reference to American support for Israel. She said that AIPAC was buying U.S. representatives. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the entire Democratic leadership actually condemned Representative Omar for these anti-Semitic comments. Then, again, just to show this is a pattern, this isn't some one-off incident, February 27, 2019, she doubled down on her stance at a forum in Washington, D.C. when she said, and I quote, "I want to talk about the political influence in this country that says it's okay for people to push for allegiance to a foreign country," end quote. Clearly, she's going back to the trope that Jewish Americans have a dual loyalty between the United States and Israel. That offended Chairman Eliot Engel, who at the time was the Democratic chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and he said, and I quote, "It's unacceptable and deeply offensive to call into question the loyalty of fellow American citizens because of their political views, including support for the U.S.-Israeli relationship. We all take the same oath. Worse, Representative Omar's comments leveled that charge by invoking a vile anti-Semitic slur," end quote. Again, that's not me saying that. That's a former Democratic chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Further, in March 2019, Representative Omar trivialized the terrorist attacks of September 11th that killed just about 3,000 U.S. citizens by describing it as, and I quote, "some people did something." Her words. In 2021, a few months before the death of 13 service members during the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, Representative Omar compared service members of the United States and the Israeli Defense Forces to terrorist groups like Hamas and the Taliban. She tweeted, and I quote, "We have seen unthinkable atrocities committed by the U.S., Hamas, Israel, Afghanistan, and the Taliban," end quote. To think that a representative here in this body would equate the Israeli Defense Force and the American service members to Hamas and the Taliban speaks volumes. It's unacceptable. That person should not be on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Representative Omar's Democratic colleagues sent a statement asking her to clarify those remarks because it was offensive and misguided. Again, the words of my colleagues across the aisle about Representative Ilhan Omar's words, and she refused to apologize. In May of 2021, Representative Omar accused Israel of committing war crimes following days of conflict between Israel and Hamas, where Hamas was launching rockets into Israel that saw thousands of missiles fired indiscriminately at Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, killing civilians. And she described Israel's defensive posture as war crimes, saying nothing about the terrorist attacks of Hamas. So spare me the false outrage over her comments. She has proven time and time again that she should not be on the Foreign Affairs Committee. But I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend from the state of Florida, Representative Maria Salazar. 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of the rule to bring up to the House concurrent resolution number 9, denouncing the horrors of socialism. And why am I bringing this resolution to the floor of the United States House of Representatives? Because young people in America are being brainwashed by the news media and academia into believing that socialism is an economic model for the greater good of all Americans. And the problem is that they're falling for it. They're believing it. And here's the proof. Almost 40% of Gen Z and millennials think the Communist Manifesto, written by Karl Marx, the father of Marxism, is a better defense of freedom and equality than the Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson, one of the creators of the American experiment, the American exceptionality, and the document which gave birth to the most prosperous and resilient democracy in the history of the world, ours, the United States of America. Worse yet, in a recent poll that shows that 40% of Americans of all ages, not only the youth, 40% believe that socialism is good, while 33% of them say that they are likely to support a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, the organization that has shaped the ideology of many of our colleagues with the poison of neo-Marxism. If you go to their website, to the Democratic Socialist of America website, you will read their neo-Marxist positions with pride. I represent District number 27 in the city of Miami, or in Florida, the city of Miami, a bastion of hundreds of thousands of Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans who have fled, who have escaped from the despicable horrors that you cannot imagine produced by that ideology. So why did the Venezuelans flee? Well, because Venezuela, why would they do that? If Venezuela has almost 20% of the world's oil, in other words, that means the largest reserves of oil in the world. The Venezuelans have more oil than the Saudis in Saudi Arabia. In the 50s and the 60s, they had the same GDP as Germany. Now, inflation is 156% a year, the third largest in the world. The average Venezuelan has lost 15 pounds for lack of food. In the last 20 years, over 7 million Venezuelans have escaped the democratic socialist paradise anywhere they could go. That is more people than have fled the violence in Syria. So that indicates that socialism is more devastating than a civil war. Another country who has lost everything is Nicaragua. In the 70s was the breadbasket of Central America. But then the Sandinistas arrived. Daniel Ortega took power under the guidance of Fidel Castro in Cuba. He expropriated almost 30,000 properties in a few years. Right now, their citizens are poorer than they were in 1977. But Ortega promised democratic socialism, but delivered a dictatorship. In the last presidential election, 7 people dared to run for president, and he put them all in jail. Still today, they're either under house arrest or in jail. Every socialist is a dictator in disguise. In Cuba, after 60 years of living the socialist paradise, the average Cuban, 70% of the Cuban eats only once a day. The average Cuban makes $23 a month, that is 40 cents a day. And the retirees, the seniors, make $12. Cuba in 1960 had the highest per capita income in the hemisphere, and it was comparable to Italy. And we know that because there is hunger is a very powerful motivator. So today, Cubans by the thousands throw themselves to the sharks in the Straits of Florida looking for freedom and hoping to get to the district that I represent on this floor. And that's just in this hemisphere. In China, 55 million died. In Cambodia, 1 million. In the USSR, 10 million froze to death in the gulags. Socialists are in the business of power, and it only takes one generation to believe their false promises and lose our freedom. It is a lie that socialism will solve your problems, economic or social. And if it's democratic socialism is socialism, and socialism is always socialism. We cannot let this evil ideology take hold in this country. We are in the United States, the stronghold of freedom. That is why we must pass this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, I listened to this debate and I get more and more confused. The gentleman from Pennsylvania said that Vladimir Putin was not put on this list because he's a communist, yet the gentleman mentioned communism several times. The gentlelady just talked about the Communist Manifesto, and I'm looking at the list of people that are mentioned. Among them is Pol Pot, who was, I think everybody believes, was viewed as a communist. So again, I'm just trying to figure out, like, why wasn't Putin included on this list? Did somebody get a call from the Mar-a-Lago prison line that you couldn't put Putin on this list? I mean, what was? I don't quite get it. And again, I'm also just stunned that last night, we offered the Gottheimer Amendment, and the language basically says that fascism led to the murder of 6 million Jewish people by the Nazi regime. Everybody on the Republican side voted no. And this is like, and again, we asked for some clarification on really what the guts of the bill was, which is the resolve clause. What are you talking about? What policies are you against here in the United States? And we asked to make the Takano Amendment in order, which would basically say that Social Security and that Medicare would be exempt from any cuts, that this was not what the intention was. And every one of the Republicans, every one of them voted no. There was a gentleman who just came down on the floor saying, I don't know why everybody's saying Republicans want to cut Social Security and Medicare. You know why? Because of what happened last night in the Rules Committee. Mr. Speaker, last night, as I mentioned, the Rules Committee, the Democrats offered an amendment that would clarify that any opposition to socialist policy implementation in the United States does not include existing federal programs such as Medicare, Social Security, TRICARE, VA health care, and VA home loan program, VA burial benefits, and VA homelessness programs. My Republican colleagues voted against it. Well, we want to give them a second chance to get this right. So if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to this rule to include this important amendment and give every member on the floor the opportunity to clarify that existing federal programs like Social Security and Medicare are not under attack by this new Congress. And, forgive us if we are concerned, but rhetoric from many members on the other side of the aisle, past and present, give us pause. Republicans have called Social Security a socialist program. I remember when Newt Gingrich wanted Medicare to wither on the vine. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Social Security is the bedrock of our nation's social safety net. Since its inception, it has lifted millions of our seniors out of poverty, protecting the benefits, the benefits and other programs should be a priority for this Congress. As my Republican colleagues demand reckless cuts in exchange for paying for our nation's bills, we on the Democratic side are going to remain unified in doing everything we can to protect these important programs. To discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the amendment sponsor, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. Mr. Speaker, I had hoped to rise today to offer an amendment which was a clarifying amendment, which would have clarified what the resolution before us today meant by the word socialist or socialism. None of us have any objection to, in fact, embrace the whereas clauses. We condemn egregious examples of totalitarian authoritarianism and the excesses thereof. But we're very concerned about what the resolve clause means and the way socialism is defined. There are many ways to look at socialism. And my amendment simply was to clarify that the implementation of any opposition of socialist policy in the United States does not include federal programs such as Medicare, Social Security, TRICARE, VA health care, the VA home loan program, VA burial benefits, and VA homelessness programs. But you know what? Unfortunately, the Rules Committee last night blocked my amendment. And the rejection of my amendment sends a clear message to the American people under this Republican majority. Social Security and Medicare and veterans benefits are not safe because they construe those to be socialist programs. This resolution being considered today is really ridiculous. It dishonestly conflates any effort to improve the lives of Americans with the violence of totalitarian communist regimes. Without my amendment, it can only be read as an attack on Social Security, Medicare, and veterans benefits. The programs my amendment specifies helps veterans receive health care, aid struggling families who have fallen on hard times, and support millions of Americans by ensuring they receive the benefits they have spent their life working and paying for. Medicare, Social Security, TRICARE, VA healthcare, the VA home loan program, VA burial benefits, and efforts to end veteran homelessness are programs every member of this body should be proud to support, but instead, my colleagues on the other side have spent years attempting to undermine and dismantle them, and they're doing it again with this so-called resolution. This so-called anti-socialism resolution is simply the latest volley in an assault that goes back decades. And despite these attacks, the programs my amendment defends are overwhelmingly supported by the American people. Americans know that these policies work, they're practical, they're beyond ideology, they're simply common sense, and they want to they want us to join us, the people want us to join together and bolster them and expand them, not to denigrate and defund them and play stupid games to distract and do red herring amendments such as this to get us off the track of working for the American people. Thank you. Now yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know why we're here today. We're here to condemn socialism. And let's not play games. We know what socialism is. And despite knowing what socialism and communism is, you're going to see Democrat after Democrat come down here on the floor and refuse to vote to condemn socialism and communism. And let's talk about what that means. Mao Zedong, in his socialist revolution in China, you had 55 million people starve to death in the wake of famine and devastation caused by the so-called great leap forward in China. And you're going to have Democrats come to the floor and refuse to condemn that. Let's talk about Joseph Stalin. And by the way, history lesson, FDR, a Democrat, would refer to Joseph Stalin as Uncle Joe when he was trying to make this ruthless thug more palatable to the American people. Again, a Democrat praising Joseph Stalin, but I digress. Under Stalin, tens of millions died in the Bolshevik Revolution. At least 10 million people were sent to gulags in the USSR, and more than and millions starved to death in Ukraine due to forced famine. Pol Pot eliminated 1/4 of the population in Cambodia, 1/4. And again, you're going to have Democrats come to the floor and refuse to condemn that. Due to socialist and totalitarian policies, over 75% of Venezuelans currently live in poverty. Only 3% of Venezuelans consider themselves food secure. This was the largest GDP in South America before Chavez took over. And now they're literally eating their pet dogs to stop starvation. Marxist socialist policies and communism regimes are responsible for hundreds of millions of deaths worldwide. And again, my Democratic colleagues will come to this floor later today and refuse to condemn it. It's truly astounding. 3.5 million have starved to death in North Korea just since the 1990s alone. In the current communist regime in Cuba, the government continues to repress and punish virtually all forms of dissent and public criticism as Cubans endure the worst economic crisis seen in decades. And again, Democrats will come to the floor and refuse to condemn that. During Castro's rule, thousands of Cubans have been incarcerated in abysmal prisons, thousands more were harassed and intimidated, and entire generations were denied basic political freedoms. And again, my Democratic colleagues, some of them will refuse to condemn that. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, my good friend, Mark Alford.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a lot of confusion today, a lot of bewilderment, a lot of dismay from our friends from the other side of the aisle, and exactly why we're here today. I'm here to tell you it's a shame we have to be here today, that we have to publicly put everyone on record to denounce socialism. I rise today in somber support of this resolution, a resolution to denounce the evils, the horrors of socialism. Mr. Speaker, this is a somber issue because our nation was founded on the principles of liberty and freedom, enshrining our founding documents as the thesis of our very nation. However, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle here have made light of the horrors of socialism and at times have advocated for this radical ideology, to the point that the youth of our nation have been deceived. They begin falling away from the true ideals of the freedoms on which our nation were founded, that being liberty, democracy. So let me clear up some of this confusion for our good friends. This cannot happen. We can never let it happen again. Socialism has created famine, mass murders, the killing of over 100 million humans around the world. Many of the worst crimes in history were committed by socialist ideologies: Stalin, Mao Zedong, Castro, Kim Jong-un, Maduro. And yes, I'm here today to tell you that we also condemn uncategorically any forms of socialism, including Vladimir Putin. This history cannot be forgotten. As socialist regimes have indefinitely led to the destruction of personal liberties and are still a constant threat, future generations must be taught, they must understand the horrors of socialism. So we stand here today. It's a shame we have to be here to do this, to teach this lesson, to denounce the horrors of socialism, to protect the freedoms of our great nation, and take a stand for personal liberty. Our young people have been led astray. Our nation has been blinded to some degree, and it's time to lift the scales off those blind eyes. It's time that every American take a stand. It is time to tell the truth. The truth is the only thing that matters. And the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, that socialism is evil. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah. This is a strange debate, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the gentleman said that he personally condemns Vladimir Putin, but it still doesn't explain why he's not on this list. If everybody condemns Vladimir Putin, then why isn't he on this list? There are other communists on this list. And if we're going to condemn communism, fine. But communism isn't mentioned in his resolution. And people were talking about supporting capitalism, and capitalism isn't even mentioned in this resolution. So this is a stupid resolution that was written poorly to begin with. And again, I would say to my colleagues that we gave you an opportunity to expand the list to include the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which are the Nazis, who were responsible for the killing of 6 million Jews, and everybody voted no on the Republican side. I just can't get my head around why that was such a controversial addition. And our concern about this bill, and this is an interesting back and forth on history, and by the way, when I go home, people are not bringing up Stalin and Lenin and Pol Pot all the time. They are bringing up Putin, and they are concerned about what he's doing in Ukraine. And maybe the reason why Putin is not on this list is because the other side of the aisle is divided in their support to help protect the sovereignty of the Ukrainian people. And maybe that's what we're going to see coming down the road in terms of budget cuts. I also want to say, I want to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert into the record a piece by roll call entitled "House GOP Overlooks Internal Anti-Semitism, Points at Democrats." Mr. Speaker, House Republican leaders have repeatedly declined to condemn and punish anti-Semitism, hate, and violence pushed by members within their own party. I'd like to insert this in the record.
Without objection.
Yeah, and again, my concern, I don't care how people vote, this is a meaningless, ridiculous waste of time. But my particular concern with this resolution is not all the whereas clauses, it's the resolve clause. It's the resolve clause. And many of us are concerned because of the rhetoric on the other side of the aisle, because so many of you have referred to Medicare as a socialist program and Social Security as a socialist program. We asked last night simply to reassure us, and we had an amendment. You heard the amendment, Mr. Takano spoke about it, that none of this has anything to do with Social Security and Medicare. And guess what, everybody? They all voted no. All voted no. So that's what our concern is about. And people can say whatever they want on this. I can't believe with all that's going on in the world, we're spending a day talking about this. But whatever. This is the new Republican list of priorities, and there's no wonder why the poll just came out showing that the majority of American people do not share the views and values and priorities of this current Republican House. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's nice to hear that people in Massachusetts are not talking about communism. But you know where they're talking about communism? Places like South Florida, places like Miami. It's because unlike those in Massachusetts, they experienced communism. They've experienced socialism. Ask any Cuban refugee. That's why you have individuals here like Mario Diaz-Balart, like Maria Salazar, like Carlos Jimenez that represent those districts. This is an issue to a lot of Americans because they never want to see the horrors of socialism and communism here on our shores. But you know, it's just not Cuba. Let's talk about China, because my friends across the aisle always hesitate to criticize and condemn China. It's quite remarkable. China has deprived 1.4 billion human beings of their fundamental human rights. Since March of 2017, China has detained and persecuted 1.8 million Turkic Muslims, the Uyghurs. And they put them in so-called political re-education camps. We all know what those are. Those are death camps, those are gulags, and the Chinese have them in their western province. In the world is silent on it, and my colleagues from across the aisle refuse to condemn socialism. Those Uyghurs being held in the western province without due process. They're being forced to engage in labor, forced organ harvesting. They're suffering atrocities like torture. And yet again, my Democratic colleagues will refuse to condemn socialism today. The CCP hasn't just violated the rights of the Uyghurs in Western China, they've also subjugated Tibet. It used to be a cause célèbre for my friends across the aisle to talk about freeing Tibet. When I was growing up in the 90s, you saw the bumper stickers everywhere. Where's that outrage now from my Democratic colleagues? Why won't they call out China? In Tibet, the CCP has engaged in severe repression of the Tibetan unique religious, cultural, and linguistic heritage, and is engaged in gross human rights violations in Tibet, including, but not limited to, extrajudicial detentions, disappearances, and torture. Elsewhere, the CCP is widely alleged to be a major harvester and trafficker of forcible acquired organs. Organ harvesting targets minorities, including the Falun Gong, Uyghurs, Tibetan, Muslims, and Christians in China. Yet where's the outrage from my friends across the aisle? Why won't they condemn socialism here today on the House floor? The CCP attempts to eliminate minority peoples through forced abortion and sterilization. Where's the outrage from across the aisle? There are 30 million more men in China than women due to forced abortions in the one-child policy, the result of big government socialism. And yet again, my friends from across the aisle will refuse to condemn socialism. I want to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Georgia, the good doctor, Representative Rich McCormick.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I can understand why there's some confusion. I understand why we can get distracted by foreign nations and communism, which most of us agree is a bad thing. What I think is enlightening, though, is how we opened. And what was stated in my understanding or recollection was that it was just said that the last democratically controlled Congress was the most effective and productive in recent history, which you just agreed to. The standard that this statement was made, though, and measured by, shows why we're having this discussion, why my Democratic colleagues are confused. They equate record spending, record debt, and unprecedented control by government over private business as success. That is why they're confused about what this bill is about and why it is germane. They do not understand what socialism is, or worse, don't recognize that their policies are in direct support of socialist leanings. Their policies have continuously placed government in position to control businesses, picking winners and losers, and decide what is moral and immoral, and continues to advance the idea that government somehow should have been empowered to solve the very problems that it created. To clear things up and to create less confusion, we're trying to counter a movement that is moving towards something we have never been, a socialist nation. We are a unique government created by the people, for the people, empowered to protect, not to provide for, and not to determine the outcome for people's endeavors. We're uniquely positioned to benefit our citizens by empowering them, not through more government. And I believe that we, the people, are far more valuable than we, the government. And that is why we speak against bigger government and socialism. With that, I yield.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, let me just, to the gentleman who just spoke, who talked about record debt, yeah, we worry about that as well. But I will remind him that 25% of this nation's debt was accumulated in the 4 years of Donald Trump. Let me repeat that. A quarter of our nation's debt, total in all of our history, was accumulated in the 4 years of Donald Trump. So if that's the standard, if you know, increasing debts are the standard where you say a president failed, then there is no question that the previous president, Mr. Trump, was a miserable failure. And let me say to my colleague from Pennsylvania who brought up China, again, I'm so having trouble following this debate. I will not be lectured by anybody on commitment to human rights in China. I co-chaired the Congressional Executive Commission on China. I co-chaired the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. I authored the bill, the Uyghur Labor Force Prevention Act, by the way, which died in a Republican Senate, and we managed to get it passed in a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate. I have passed major legislation on behalf of the Tibetan people. And by the way, this is all happening now under President Xi of China. And I'm looking in this resolution, and there's no mention of President Xi. So, you know, we're debating issues that aren't even in this resolution. I mean, this is nuts. But I do want to get back to the other bill, the bill that my colleagues are bringing to take Representative Ilhan Omar off her at the Foreign Affairs Committee. I read in some of the publications that to get votes, the Republican leaders apparently promised some of their Republican members who were concerned about this process that there would be some due process put in place. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the statement released yesterday by Representative Spartz about what supposedly is in this resolution.
Objection.
Without
objection.
The statement touts due process language that was supposedly added to the resolution. And I have to admit, you know, I'm completely lost here. There is nothing, let me repeat that, nothing, one more time, nothing in this resolution that provides due process. And, you know, don't take my word for it. In Politico today, and I have a nice quote here for people to follow along with me, it says, there's a quote, "The whereas clause added merely references an existing process and in no way begins an appeal procedure or guarantees her committee seat will be reconsidered. It is non-binding and non-actionable." And that is according to a senior GOP aide in a comment that they made to Politico. To whoever that senior GOP aide is, let me just say thank you for your candor. I think it's appreciated. And to people like the gentlewoman from Indiana and others who somehow think that they negotiated some sort of due process here, you didn't get anything. And if you think you did, then you're a cheap date. So with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more. I have no further speakers at this time. I'm prepared to close, and I'd reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time. And I assume the gentleman has no more speakers, right?
Their speaker,
okay, thank you.
Ranking member. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to reiterate the long list of reasons that these resolutions are a waste of time, and quite frankly, they're an insult to the intelligence of the American people. Let me be clear. This socialism resolution is useless. It does nothing. It does not matter. Who the hell cares how anybody votes on it? But we're here for one reason, and we're here for one reason only. My Republican colleagues are pushing an extreme far-right agenda that benefits the rich and powerful and screws over working families and everyone else. They are not paying attention to the problems of everyday people, and that is clear based on the recent polling that has come out that shows just how out of touch they are with where people are at all around this country. They are not paying attention to the kitchen table issues that people anguish over every night. And I can assure you, I don't care what part of the country you come from, people aren't sitting around the table talking about Pol Pot. But anyway, that's what my Republican friends think is a national priority. We're talking about socialism in this resolution, but we're not talking about a definition or what it is. Are we talking about public schools? Are we talking about roads? Are we talking about Social Security? I mean, give me a break. We've been hearing this stuff for decades and decades. Republicans saying Democrats want socialism. And it's always some big scary takeover that's just over the horizon that everyone needs to be afraid of. When you don't have any good issues on your side and fear is all you have, that's what you run with, I guess. And that's the Republican playbook. You know what's funny is that the same Republicans who decry anything that government does as socialism never seem to have a problem when it comes to huge handouts for billionaire corporations. They want socialism for the rich, but capitalism for the poor. Now, call me crazy, but here's what I think. This resolution is not about socialism. It is about scaring people. It is about dividing people. And quite frankly, I think, based on what happened in the Rules Committee last night, it is about setting the stage to go after the social safety net in this country, which includes Social Security and Medicare. If that wasn't the case, why in the world would my Republican friends not allow a clarifying amendment to make it clear that that was not the intent? They all voted no. And when it comes to Congresswoman Omar, a good Congresswoman who fights hard for her district and for her values, this isn't about punishing her for anything she said. It's about scoring political points. If this was about condemning anti-Semitism, Republicans would be condemning the folks on your side who dine with Holocaust deniers and appear at white supremacy rallies. If this was about condemning anti-Semitism, Republicans would have accepted our amendment to condemn the Nazis who slaughtered 6 million Jews during World War II, and every one of them voted no. So please spare us the false equivalence. This is total BS, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on this rule. This is really a sad day for this chamber, with all that needs to be done. With all that needs to be done, this is the priority. This is the priority. And I should add, for good measure, all of this is being brought to you under closed rules. All the amendments that were offered, all the suggestions that were brought on this and other bills by Democrats and Republicans were all ruled out of order. I mean, some of this is non-controversial stuff, all closed. And the issue with Congresswoman Omar was brought to the Rules Committee as an emergency. I mean, an emergency? I mean, really? I don't get it. But I shouldn't be surprised because the last time the Republicans were in charge, they brought a bill to the floor as an emergency to deal with cheese curd. So I get it. Everything is an emergency, especially when it comes to messaging and making political statements. But look, we have to get back to the people's business, Mr. Speaker. We have to get back to focusing on kitchen table issues, the stuff that people worry about every night. This is not it. This is not it. And I really regret that we're wasting this time on these poorly crafted bills that do nothing to help anybody in this country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in the spirit of rebuttal, I'd like to address some of the comments made by my friend across the aisle. The spending under President Trump. There was spending under President Trump, but you know what? He also had a pandemic that we haven't seen in the last 100 years. So where's the excuse of the $1.7 trillion that was just rammed through? You want to talk about closed rules, things not going through regular order? That $1.7 trillion was rammed through. It was architected, it didn't even go through the Senate Appropriations Committee. It was rammed through by 2 senators that are no longer here who had zero accountability to the American public. What about Build Back Better? Where's the excuse for that? All Build Back Better did was increase inflation, hurt workers who have wages that aren't keeping pace with inflation. And what about the Recession and Inflation Act? Where's the excuse for that and why we had rampant spending there? There is no excuse for it. Let's talk about China. To paraphrase Marcus Aurelius, it's not about one's words, it's about their deeds. Let's talk about the deeds of my friends across the aisle. 3 years ago or so, my good friend, the Speaker of the House, put together he wanted to put together a select committee on China. And he was strung along by my friends across the aisle. Finally, the Speaker had to move forward on his own as the minority Republican leader to put together the China Task Force. I was privileged to be on the task force. You know how many Democrats were on that task force? Exactly 0. 0 Democrats joined that task force. So it's quite amazing how I hear that the Democrats want to condemn China, but when they have the chance to have a select committee to address the threat of China, they won't go along with it. When they had the chance to join a task force explicitly put together to combat China and their malign influences on the world, 0 of them joined that task force. So spare me the talk on China. We've seen how you treated China. No, it's my time. Thank you. Let's talk about the definition, playing these silly games that we can't define socialism and communism. We all know, we're all educated. We all know what socialism is. We all know what communism is. So spare me the fact that socialism isn't defined in this bill. This is especially rich from the party, my friends across the aisle, who for the last 2 years couldn't even define basic terms like what is a woman. And that's not just me saying that. Let's talk about Justice Brown Jackson. She was asked during confirmation to define a woman. And you know what her response was? I quote, "No, I can't." So the party that can't define a woman now wants to sit here and say that we can't define socialism and communism? We all know what this is. And let's talk about, lastly, Representative Ilhan Omar and due process. I know there was a display put up regarding due process. It's quite amazing how my friends across the aisle have now discovered the principle of due process after 2 years of one-party rule here in Washington, D.C. 2 years where due process wasn't followed at all. Where's the due process for my good friend from Georgia when she was removed from all her committees? And again, that's all her committees. We're only removing Representative Ilhan Omar from Foreign Affairs. Where was the due process for my good friend Dr. Gozar when he was removed, again, from all his committees? There wasn't one Democrat who stood up and talked about due process. But miraculously, now we found due process when the Republicans are moving somebody from one committee for anti-Semitic remarks and a pattern of anti-Semitic remarks for that. But let's just go back and talk about socialism. Let me be clear. Socialism must never take root in America. President Trump himself said, "America will never be a socialist nation." These are words we should all rally around. We should all support that. But for too long, Democrats have fought this far-left authoritarian agenda, regardless of the regimes across the globes that commit acts of violence and oppression against their own people in its name. Experiments with socialism have led to painful human tragedy. We're talking about starvation, imprisonment without due process, I might add, and mass murder. Capitalism has lifted more people out of poverty than any other system. It's capitalism that's the way out of poverty, not socialism, not communism. 200 years ago, at the birth of capitalism, there were only about 600 million people in the world who were not living in extreme poverty. Today, due to the advance of capitalism, there are more than 6.5 billion people who are not living in extreme poverty. It was free market capitalism that led the way here, not government-controlled socialism. Since 1970, the percentage of the world's population living on the equivalent of less than $1 a day has fallen by more than 80%. Instead of millions starving to death due to socialism and communism, capitalism has pulled hundreds of millions of people out of despair. Socialism and anti-Semitism have absolutely no place in America. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and yes on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 83 and adoption of the House Resolution 83 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic vote will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 83, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 2, House Resolution 83, resolution providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 9, denouncing the horrors of socialism, and providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 76, removing a certain member from a certain standing committee of the House.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217. The nays.
Mr. Perry votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 219. The nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts?
A recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 209. The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 75, I call up the bill H.R. 139, the Show Up Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 139, a bill to require executive agencies to submit to Congress a study of the impacts of expanded telework and remote work by agency employees during the COVID-19 pandemic and a plan for the agency's future use of telework and remote work and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 75, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 139, the Stopping Home Office Work's Unproductive Problems Act, or the Show Up Act. This legislation is urgent. The federal workforce needs to get back to work. Federal agencies are falling short on their missions. They are not carrying out their duties. They are failing the American people. During the COVID-19 pandemic, most of the federal workforce stayed home. They relied on telework because they could. But as the rest of America went back to work in person, many federal workers did not. And the American people have suffered as a result. They have waited for months for their tax refunds from the IRS. They have waited for months for their Social Security Administration to answer their questions and provide their benefits. Our veterans have even waited for months to get their medical records from the National Archives. The National Archives is responsible for maintaining medical records for our veterans, but our veterans could not get access to these records because the archive staff were at home. This is unacceptable, and it should be downright embarrassing to these agencies. The American people have struggled with high inflation, scarce goods, prolonged and disruptive lockdowns, and other hardships. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has showered federal workers with perks and pay increases, all while working from home. But federal employees not being in the workplace hurt the federal government's ability to achieve its missions and deliver vital programs. House Republicans have fought hard to find out just how much expanded telework has decreased agencies' ability to deliver services to our constituents. And we have tried to get this information from the Biden administration, but to no avail. During the last Congress, as House Oversight Ranking Member, I wrote to the administration requesting information on federal workforce return-to-work policies. But the Biden administration failed to provide adequate responses to our inquiries. Instead, it kept expanded telework policies in place long after the pandemic was over. And it used its expanded telework policies not to help our constituents, but to help recruit new employees to the federal government. The federal workforce already enjoys many perks not enjoyed by the private sector, including unparalleled job stability, healthy retirement benefits, and a reliable pay growth expectation. One would have thought that, as the pandemic wound down, federal workers would have returned to their offices just as private sector workers across the nation did. But that's not the case. According to the Office of Personnel Management's most recent report on telework, 47% of federal workers teleworked routinely or situationally in fiscal year 2021. That was a 2% increase over fiscal year 2020, the year in which the pandemic struck. According to a Federal Times report this past October, just 1 in 3 federal workers had returned to their office full-time in 2022. But just last week, the Wall Street Journal reported that a new study by Cushman and Wakefield found only 5% of the pre-pandemic workforce returned to work in federally leased buildings in Washington, D.C. in October and November. The federal government's abuse of telework has gotten so bad that Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has called on President Biden to suspend its telework policies for federal workers or turn over federal buildings in D.C. for conversion to affordable housing. And the current OPM director has stated that federal employees are actually getting transfers to agencies where they can telework more, not so they can serve our constituents and the American citizenry the best. The Show Up Act offers a much-needed solution to this problem of federal agencies and federal employees putting their own comfort before our constituents' needs. It requires federal agencies to immediately return to pre-pandemic levels of telework. This ensures that from the day of enactment, priority number 1 for the federal workforce will be prompt and effective service to our constituents, not increasing the perks for an already privileged federal bureaucracy. The Show Up Act also requires a government-wide review of pandemic-era teleworking policies. This will help Congress see how much expanded telework either improved or harmed agency by agency effectiveness, costs, and network security across our vast federal government. And the bill would prevent the Biden administration from locking in higher levels of telework until Congress receives detailed plans on how mission performance would be impacted. If the agency's plans show increased telework would substantially improve agency performance, lower agency costs, ensure agency network security, and better disperse federal employees across the nation, then increased telework can then be considered as an option. But not until increased telework has been proven to better serve our constituents and the nation. I urge all my colleagues to support this vital legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. We strongly oppose this bill, which is an assault on all the progress we've made over the last several years in telework policy. Telework has strengthened private and public workplaces across the land, enhanced productivity, increased efficiency, improved the morale and satisfaction of the workforce, reduced traffic congestion, and made positive environmental changes. When the chairman says it's time to return to work, I believe this is a misnomer because people who participate in telework are working. They're already working, and so they don't need to return to work. This bill would take a sledgehammer to federal telework policy and law, which the sponsors seem completely oblivious to, and you can hardly blame them because the leadership brings this measure forward without the benefit of even a single hearing in the Oversight Committee, which means Congress has not heard from the Office of Personnel Management, it's not heard from any of the federal agency chiefs, it's not heard from any federal workers or their collective bargaining representatives. It hasn't heard from any of the stakeholders other than secondhand, I guess, through hearsay, the mayor of Washington, D.C., who, not surprisingly, seems to be resistant, at least according to that report, to telework policy. But this is an arbitrary effort to roll back all of the progress that has been made under legislation and administrative rules over the last decade without any participation at all of the key stakeholders. The bill falsely equates the development of telework as part of a balanced federal workplace policy by OPM and the agencies with the sudden and near complete shift to virtual work in certain sectors because of the pandemic. And those are two completely different things. This conflation produces nothing but confusion, and the bill is a wrecking ball against telework policy, which has been a critical success in so many workplaces. Colleagues, the workplace is changing because of extraordinary new technology and a new focus on productivity and efficiency as opposed to industrial age assembly line seating and command and control work relations. Before the pandemic, hybrid and remote work were already growing far more prevalent across professions, particularly for jobs performed in an office setting. The pandemic accelerated these dynamics, not only in the federal workplace, but even more dramatically in the private sector. But from fiscal year 2019 to 20, as we entered the pandemic, federal telework doubled from roughly 500,000 people to more than 1 million. Practically overnight, traditional barriers to telework, such as technological obstacles and management resistance, began to disappear. Federal agencies implemented sweeping new guidelines as an essential tool for the continuity of government operations. This was the pandemic, of course, will not last forever. Indeed, the president announced that he plans to end the public health emergency on May 11. So the federal government will not maintain a pandemic-level telework posture in perpetuity, but we cannot ignore the lessons that we've learned over the last several years. As OPM put it in its 2021 annual report on the status of telework, there is no going back. Enhanced demand in the national workforce and among federal employees will continue as workers and supervisors report greatly enhanced productivity and focus from flexible work practices that reduce time wasted in endless in-person meetings, water cooler gossip sessions, and the proverbial BS sessions that overcome so many people's offices. According to a survey by the Conference Board, 82% of companies are going to offer hybrid work options to employees going forward. And the number of private companies willing to let at least some portion of their workforce go fully remote has tripled to an astonishing 36%. In another survey, 63% of employees rated the value of 2 to 3 days being able to work from home as equivalent to a pay raise. To remain competitive with the private sector with which we compete, the federal government must offer reasonable telework options. OPM says it well, observing that we must appreciate the sea change in the American labor market. Telework saves money, it helps the government recruit top talent, it reduces traffic gridlock, it makes environmental sense, and it ensures a continuity of operations at agencies that Americans rely on every single day. It is a lifeline for people who have disabilities or are immunocompromised, and it offers dramatically expanded opportunities for people living in more rural areas to enter and sustain a career in the federal service. So, we cannot enter a time machine and simply wish away the utility of telework in recruiting and retaining new generations of federal workers. We should embrace telework as part of a balanced workplace policy to promote employee satisfaction and overall mission outcome. OPM Director Kiran Ahuja offers a clear-eyed vision for the future in her annual report, saying federal agencies must continue to embrace workplace flexibility, such as telework, to remain competitive for top talent. Decisions about telework, however, must be driven by delivery of mission. We all work for the American public, and how we best serve them needs to be the paramount consideration. So that means telework does not make sense for every worker in every office or every activity. If you're guarding the Capitol, obviously you need to be present. If you are researching groups that were involved in the insurrection against the Capitol, you might be able to work part of that time virtually. Processing paper tax returns at the IRS may indeed require in-person work, but I will note that although people are blaming the problems with IRS responsiveness on telework, that does not make sense to me. Telephone work is something that can be done from the office, home office, or somewhere else, which is why we have been, on our side of the aisle, invested in increasing staff at the IRS, because our constituents are so frustrated with being left on the phone and not getting answers returned about when they will be getting their IRS refund. So in the Inflation Reduction Act, we added 5,000 new positions for people on the phones to respond to our constituents. I know that some of our colleagues across the aisle have opposed additional funding for IRS positions, and that is surely a far more likely culprit than whatever telework policies are in place over at the IRS. So the Biden administration's telework guidance seeks to strike a balance between getting people who need to be in person back in the office safely and helping agencies design their post-pandemic telework plans to build off the prior successes of this policy. And I will reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, let me state a simple fact that has evidently been forgotten in Washington. The federal workforce's primary imperative should always be to promptly serve the American people. Unfortunately, what the American people have experienced over the past 2 years is the exact opposite of what they deserve. Thanks to the federal government's pandemic-era telework policies, which were instituted by bureaucrats in Washington, delay and disarray might as well have become hallmarks of federal agencies and departments. According to a Federal Times report from October of last year, just 1 in 3 federal workers has returned to his or her office in a full-time capacity. It's abundantly clear that something must change, and House Republicans have the solution. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly pleased to serve as a co-sponsor of H.R. 139, the Show Up Act. That's sponsored by Oversight and Accountability Chairman James Comer. Under this legislation, the Biden administration would be prevented from cementing pandemic-era telework policies for the federal workforce until it provides Congress with a viable plan to avoid the negative impacts of remote work. Yet again, House Republicans are acting on our commitment to the American people to ensure a government that's accountable. Mr. Speaker, it's time that the entire federal workforce returns to its in-person capacity and fulfills its responsibilities to the American people. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 139, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to tell you a story about a couple that both work for the federal government. Earlier this month, the spouse of an Army service member seeking approval to go work overseas for the State Department contacted the Oversight Committee because she was being forced to decide between quitting her very successful federal career for the State Department or returning to Washington, D.C. to continue her federal service without her husband and without her 2 children. Her agency was fighting desperately to maintain her expertise and was perfectly fine with her performing her duties from overseas with her husband, who was in the Army, who was being relocated over there. Luckily, we were able to help make sure that her overseas telework request was approved. Now, is that someone who's not really working? Do we want to tell her to get back to work? Her situation is common for thousands of families in the federal workforce, where you have one member who's in the military, who's being relocated, the other who might be working at a site in Washington, who is now able to work out the terms of service under the telework policy. But that's precisely an element of the policy that will be crushed by the legislation that's been brought forward without the benefit of a single hearing in the Oversight and Accountability Committee, despite the fact that our colleagues have said that they will only bring legislation to the floor after there's been a hearing, and we're just a few weeks into the session, and yet this legislation comes forward without hearing from anybody like this constituent who is being put in such a tough posture, or the directors of the agencies, or the head of the Office of Personnel Management, who's in charge of actually supervising and coordinating overall telework policy and making the annual report to Congress. Telework is a vital tool for the government to recruit and retain and grow the talented workforce we need to make the federal government work. It ensures the federal workers can serve the nation even during disasters. And again, it was the pre-existing telework policy that established the infrastructure that made for such a relatively smooth transition when we got into the pandemic. But I have to say that denials of telework for the spouses of military personnel are still common, and they are consequential, and they would be pervasive if the legislation passed. So I hope that all of our colleagues will reject this, and at the very least send it back to the Oversight Committee for some real hearings so we can talk about what this really means. I will reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is about common sense. For 2 years, our constituents have been calling our office and wondering why the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA aren't answering their phones. Why can't they get in-person meetings with federal workers? Why have they have to talk to a robot on the phone for hours or wait for months on one end just for an email to update their case? Well, today, folks, House Republicans are going to stop the lackadaisical policies of the Biden administration. The Show Up Act is a wonderful bill that I'm proud to support, and it's going to make an end to COVID an actual reality. Federal workers should do the same thing that the private sector industry has done, which is they've gotten back to work for over 18 months in large measure. And it's time the federal workers get back to work and start serving the American people to their full capacity. This bill requires federal agencies to return to the 2019 pre-pandemic telework levels within 30 days. Reasonable common sense. Requires federal agencies need to, show up to Congress and show them how pandemic-era telework impacted their missions. And finally, the bill requires new oversight for agencies that seek to expand telework. This oversight will help save money and create jobs outside the D.C. Beltway. It's important to stress that this bill is not some radical notion. We're not ending all telework, and we're just snapping back to 2019 pre-pandemic levels and ensuring a reasonable pathway for agencies to retain telework employees and under the right conditions allow for expansion of telework. The bottom line is the pandemic is over. The American people need federal government to function. In order to do that, we need our workers back. The IRS has failed to get Americans the refunds in a timely manner for 3 years running, and as late as last year, still had 12.4 million returns to process. The Veterans Affairs Administration has hundreds of thousands of backlog claims. 30 more seconds.
Yeah, yield 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Veterans Affairs Administration has hundreds of thousands of backlog claims. As for the Social Security Administration, the Washington Post states more than 1 million disabled Americans, many of them poor and elderly, are waiting months or years to hear whether they will receive benefits. Processing times have doubled in some states, almost tripled in others. So long as the American people are not getting the services this government is mandated to provide, we are not operating a government for, by, and of Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I want to address 2 points. One is, let's grab the bull by the horns with this IRS point. The president's budget included $80 billion to increase staffing and to update technology at the IRS so our constituents can get their calls returned. If you're waiting for your IRS tax refund, that's something that you've planned on, that's part of your family budget, and if it's stuck somehow, it's extremely frustrating for people not to be able to get through. Now, they, bizarrely to my mind, blame telework for this, and they oppose the $80 billion. I think they say that will create 75 or 100,000 new IRS agents who will be chasing working class people around the country. On the contrary, we've got a report showing the $80 billion will produce $200 billion in new revenue, and it's rich people who are the ones who are being protected by the refusal of my colleagues to invest in the IRS. Telework is a complete distraction. It is an absolute red herring. It's got nothing to do with whether or not you want to invest in the IRS or not. And with that, I want to yield 3 minutes to my colleague, Mr. Mfume from Maryland.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to also thank the ranking member on oversight, Mr. Raskin, for yielding this time. A couple of quick things. H.R. 139 is an overly broad proposal that stretches across the entirety of the federal government workplace to say that each and every telework policy, practice, and procedure implemented in response to the global health crisis must end immediately in 30 days because the majority of the House of Representatives says so. Well, let's remember that in the word telework, the last 4 letters are W-O-R-K. People who telework are working. They are working day in and day out, and they have been working through the crisis, working to get us back to where we need to build. The bill says that the rest of America must then take time to study the majority of our edict today to see if it made sense in the first place. Now, if that is not a classic case of putting the cart before the horse or the tail wagging the dog, I don't know. I do know that this is not how a deliberative body, particularly this chamber, should operate. We should at least have a hearing on this, bring in the proper agencies, review this in a real sort of way, and then figure out what we do. But to act this way creates a real problem. The solution, I think, is looking for a problem, and this is not the place it ought to be. We've not talked with OPM. We've not talked with federal agencies. We've really not talked with the IRS. We've just condemned them. And you got to remember the 5,000 IRS agents we were trying to put in place on this side of the aisle were to augment what was doing. The IRS has been slow in terms of responding. This was an effort to speed that up. And I appreciate the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky's 1st District, Mr. Comer. He and I think, want to get to one thing, and that's the idea of greater productivity. But I would ask that we think about another way to try to do this. I've got a Department of Defense Inspector General report, Mr. Speaker, from March of last year, which I would like to ask unanimous consent be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Based on 56,000 respondents to its survey, 88% of the Department of Defense respondents found telework accommodations increase their overall productivity. This is not my imagination. This is how thousands and thousands of them responded in the survey. A similar 2021 survey conducted by the American Federation of Government Employees, which represents 700,000 federal employees all across the country, found that 62% of them surveyed thought significantly that their productivity had been increased while teleworking based on what their previous levels were. So federal workers are performing for the American people and have been under the most difficult circumstances even before we got to COVID. And I know that because I have, like many of you, a chance to speak to so many of them. And as the chair of the subcommittee on government ops, this particular issue is welcome before the subcommittee. I will convene hearings next week so that we can figure out where we are in a bipartisan way and move forward. And so I just want to make one point. Federal workers are not here in Washington, D.C. alone. I mean, that's the misnomer. Federal workers are in everybody's district in this entire Congress. And they're looking to us to try to find a way to help them, not to punish them in 30 days. We're not going to save money on gas. We're not going to save money on energy. We're going to just go back to where we were. And I would strongly urge that this measure be defeated, and I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to thank the chairman for yielding time. Mr. Speaker, in short, the pandemic is over. It's time for federal employees to go back to the office. You know, I find it interesting in this debate, one of the things that's occurring right now is that the president's budget is due next week. We're in the middle of this calamity around debt ceiling that the president, by the way, has led us to. His budget's due next week, and he's telling everybody he needs another month. I wonder if this is because some of his own budget staff aren't in the office. This is something that should have been done long ago. And if the president was doing his job, being the leader of the executive branch, those employees would have been back. And since Congress is the body responsible for appropriating funds to the executive branch, and the president does not do his job of making sure it's working effectively, then Congress does have a responsibility to make sure that these employees come back and get back to work, like has been happening here in the People's House. A couple of things. It's already been said about the IRS delays. Right now, it's shocking that it takes 2 to 4 months to get assigned an agent. And if you call the IRS, you won't get a call back for 4 weeks. It's also important to understand right now it takes 30 days for USCIS to respond to a congressional inquiry. There are many backlogs at the VA, some of them almost 2 years, 197,000 backlogs. How is that affecting the men and women who have served our country with honor and with dignity? Mr. Speaker, this is simple stuff. Most of the American people have gone back to work. All we're saying is let's go back to pre-pandemic protocols, which does have telework provisions throughout all of the federal agencies. But it is clear, looking at the backlogs that have occurred through COVID-19 and continue, the extended telework situation in the federal agencies is not working for the American people. My colleagues should be supporting this legislation. This is good legislation. It will help all of the American people and frankly help the president probably pass his budget on time. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They complain about delay at the IRS, and then they oppose funding to assist the overwhelmed workforce at the IRS, which is staggering under the weight of all of these obligations. So, this is the first time I've heard that telework was the source of the problem, but apparently that's what it is this week. Of course, we haven't had a real hearing, so we've had no witnesses on it. So somebody has apparently just dreamed that up. It's just been linked to the debt ceiling. Interesting that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted to lift the debt ceiling 3 different times under Donald Trump, who increased the debt of the United States by single-handedly by more than 20%. All of the debt of the United States under one president, more than 20%. Well, look, let's get back to the issue at hand. Members of Congress make very strange opponents of telework policy. Not because we don't work hard, because I think we do work hard, but we use telework all the time. Members of Congress might be in their district office working. They might be at a town hall meeting working. They might be here on the floor. They might be in a committee meeting, a subcommittee meeting. They might be meeting with constituents somewhere else. And I dare say the vast majority, if not all of us, engage in telework. And we wouldn't say to them, get back to work and stop teleworking. We understand that that's part of an overall telework policy. If people have employees who they think are abusing telework, well, they've got a problem with that employee or they got a problem with their supervisor. But it's to my experience and knowledge, as someone who I admit may have been a little curmudgeonly in the way we're hearing some of the members are today, when the COVID-19 crisis started, the employees who are super productive at work will be super productive at home. In my case, that's almost all of them. In fact, I think it's all of them. If you've got an employee who blows off their assignments at work and doesn't turn it in, they will do the same thing if they're working from home. That's a question of supervision. So the real issue is why all of a sudden they want to turn against a decade of progress on telework policy and start affixing to it all of these other problems. And for that, I don't understand, other than people seem to want to blame the federal workers for everything. Those workers belong to all of our districts. They're all across the country. 80% of federal workers are not in Washington, Maryland, or Virginia. They are all over the country, working everywhere from military bases to Indian reservations to public health service corps, to you name it. These are our people, these are American citizens, and they deserve something a lot more than the implied contempt of suggesting that if they use telework, they're not really working. I'm happy to reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Groffman.
Well, thank you very much. I've been waiting for
Gentleman's
this day for
recognized.
quite a while. Whenever I go back to my district, I talk to my staff back there, and again, we hear stories. They want something done with the VA. They want something done with the IRS. It can't get done. They're behind. I'll tell you, a lot of mentioned today that it's time for people to get back to work. When I think of my district, I think the vast majority of people, their work schedule never changed, even the teeth of the epidemic. You know, obviously, Wisconsin had a lot of cheese factories in my district. Man, I'd go home every night, and there'd be people there at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night, 2 in the morning. All of a sudden, we hear how horrible it is for federal employees to have to go in. I'll tell you, the current situation, what it tells you is, and this is true of many other programs as well, the government works for the benefit of the government, not the benefit of the people. And that's why people on that side of the aisle are trying so hard, so desperately hard today, not to have people come in. I talked to a lot of employers all over my district. You know, there were times where they let a given number of their employees work from home, but they know it's not the same thing. And why in the world the government should be operating on a separate schedule, I don't know. I'll give you an example. The National Personal Records Center is an egregious example. The NPRC is a large warehouse containing paper records of military members from before World War I to the 90s. Veterans need access to these records in order to receive VA health care, disability pay, and home loans. Despite these records existing in paper form only, the NPRC still decided to have its employees work remotely. A perfect example of the employees' interest put ahead of the public's interest, and this time the public is veterans. You can't copy paper records from a warehouse if no one is there to pull the records to make copies to satisfy the request. These employees were paid, but since they were not at the NPRC and they were unable to fulfill their duties, and veterans were forced to wait to receive their benefits. The Show Up Act will require these federal agencies to return to pre-COVID levels of telework.
Yield the gentleman an extra 30 seconds.
So that we can put the public first. And by the way, I don't bring this up back home. We're talking about it today. But I think it's such an insult to all the people back home, many of which, whole factories they never took any time off, to be told that they got to wait for the federal government because their people are, I mean, my goodness, still at home almost 3 years after this thing. Do you know any private businesses that are still having their people stay home? Well, thank you very much for my friend from Kentucky.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you. I yield to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my friend. I thank the Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. We often hear Republicans want to roll back the clock on abortion rights to 1973 before Roe v. Wade. Roll back the clock on teaching the history of American slavery. I don't know when, 1860, 1619? But this bill actually rolls back the clock. It's right there in the text. The bill mandates, quote, each agency shall reinstate and apply the telework policies, practices, and levels of the agency as in effect on December 31, 2019. Which begs the question, what was the state of federal telework in 2019? President Trump's administration had across-the-board limitations in telework then at major federal agencies that had made progress before, like the Department of Education and the Department of Agriculture. The overall telework participation rate had recorded its first drop since the enactment of the Telework Enhancement Act, authored by myself and Mr. Sarbanes of Maryland. And we had not yet experienced the onset of the global pandemic, which forced us overnight to move the federal government to a posture of substantially enhanced hybrid work. We deployed telework as the critical continuity of operations tool it should be. We procured IT and IT security we needed. Supervisors figured out how to manage hybrid work. And at the height of the pandemic, 75% of the federal workforce was, in fact, working remotely. But not everybody's going to continue to telework full-time, nor should they. Federal telework participation rates have already decreased substantially as more federal employees move back in person. The most recent telework survey showed that 47% of federal employees teleworked in the last fiscal year. But the fact remains that increased availability of telework is here to stay in the private as well as the public sectors. The Bureau of Labor Statistics found that 80% of U.S. businesses expect increased telework levels to continue after the pandemic. That's in the business community. That is the nature of the workforce of the future. We should be embracing the productivity and employee satisfaction gains realized through telework. I offered an amendment to this bill that would have done just that, but unfortunately, we're considering this bill under a closed rule. We should be using a measured approach to determine where hybrid or remote work might not be the best fit. I know I've done that in advocating for more in-person work at the IRS, processing paper tax returns, and at the State Department, responding to passport applications, and at the National Archives, fulfilling veterans' document requests, all of which require in-person functioning. And I've supported it, as have my colleagues. I've also offered a telework legislation bill, the Telework Metrics and Cost Savings Act. I asked for 30
Gentleman's time has expired.
I would grant him 30 seconds more.
Which would help agencies track telework goals, measure cost savings, and focus on using telework effectively. But this bill is sort of a one-size-fits-all, come back to work no matter what. And let me say to my friend from Wisconsin, I had a constituent die from COVID because there were no protocols in his federal workplace. There ought not to be any more casualties to COVID. We ought to have systematic protocols in place, and that's what I think has to precede this kind of legislation we're considering on the floor today. I thank my friend and thank my friend from Kentucky for introducing this bill.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The pandemic is over. Joe Biden has said so. I don't know why he's waiting until May to do something about it, but the pandemic is over. It's time for the federal government to get back to the work. It's far past time for the policies of the federal government to reflect this reality and the policies of hardworking Americans, and for federal employees to show up and get the job done. In my district, the Bureau of Land Management headquarters was a hot topic of debate, because this administration's, one of their first actions, they wanted to take that from my district and move it back to Washington, D.C. But why so haste? Why so fast to do this? No one's going to work. The building is empty. They didn't have anywhere to bring the employees to a new building here. And in fact, the employees that they did relocate to Washington, D.C., still only show up to work 1 day a week. And according to one disturbing report by the Federal Times, just 1 in 3 federal workers has returned to their full-time job. Equally disturbing, a leaked memo from January 2021 to then Chief of Staff of the Department of Health and Human Services showed that between 20 and 30% of the department's employees did not log into work on any given day between March, and December of 2020. This negatively impacts all of our constituents. The VA has been incredibly slow to fulfill records requests that our veterans can get the care that they need, the care that they deserve. The Social Security Administration faces a massive backlog of appeals, and as of last month, the IRS had a backlog of 2.5 million returns from 2022 that are still unprocessed. This Republican-led Congress is moving to end Biden's emergency powers. He won't do it at the executive level. We have created these agencies, we fund these agencies, and now we are demanding that these federal employees get back to work. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I strongly support it. I urge adoption, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentlelady makes an interesting argument. Of course, if physical presence in Washington is necessary, then that agency never should have been stripped from Washington and relocated in Colorado in the first place. One could say that entire workforce is calling it in or not really working because the entire office has a telework policy. But obviously, she's carved out an exception for that. She thinks they can be effective even though they're not in Washington, D.C. Look, Mr. Speaker, this has been not just a closed rule, but a closed process. There was no hearing in the Oversight and Accountability Committee, despite the fact that those hearings have been promised, but there's been no hearing about it. Here, let me tell you one of the things we would learn if we actually had a hearing about it. The bill contemplates rolling the clock back to 2019 for every federal agency. Well, what would that mean for one small agency, the Federal Communications Commission, which has decided upon a plan to reduce its leased office space with savings of $119 million, precisely because of the existence of telework, saying we don't need all that space. Well, now, since we roll the clock back and presumptively say you can't do that, we're going to be costing the taxpayers $119 million a year because we've got to go back to their pre-pandemic plan, simply because we've got this one-size-all, categorical, cookie-cutter approach undertaken without any hearings. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office similarly would be forced to abandon its $12.5 million a year in savings in leasing costs made possible because of reduced office consumption space by telework. So do we really want to say that we hate telework so much, we distrust our own workers so much, even though the studies show that it's yielding benefits in office productivity, that we are going to force the taxpayers to pay more money for more expensive office space in downtown Washington, D.C.? And we haven't even looked at the question because there was no hearing, because there was just a rush to get this to the floor so we could tell workers who are already at work to get back to work. I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman from Kentucky has 14 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend from Kentucky and to my colleague across the aisle. They need to get back to work. You know, only in Washington, D.C., and only with this president are we operating with COVID as a national emergency. The only national emergency coming out of Washington is the economic disaster from the failed economic policies and the reckless spending of my colleagues. And it's created an inflationary firestorm, and people can't sustain it. Soaring interest rates, an economy teetering on recession, and $5 trillion of debt that have us dangerously close to the precipice of a debt crisis. Now that's an emergency. But our constituents across America, they got to go back to work. They got to take their kids to school. Somebody's got to teach them. Somebody's got to save a patient, serve a customer. They don't live in this fantasy world of Washington. My colleagues, unfortunately, have used the public health emergency in large part not to protect the public from COVID, but to promote the big spending, big government bailout agenda. And what I'm talking about is this, in the name of COVID, bailing out student loans that cost taxpayers $1 trillion, bailing out schools that don't open their doors to their students. Bailout after bailout. That's what this is about. So while Democrats are jamming us with all these bailouts in the name of COVID, taxpayers can't get their Social Security benefits or their tax returns or their passports. You heard the stories. Here's my question. It's a simple one. How can the people's government serve the people if the people in the government don't come to work? That's the question for my constituents in West Texas. Here's the answer. It can't. It doesn't. And if hardworking Americans don't have the luxury of not coming to work and teleworking for the rest of their lives, then the Biden administration and our government employees should do the same. Get back to work, do your job, serve the customer, because that's what you signed up to do. And we're here to hold them accountable with all due respect. And I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of my colleagues seem to betray no understanding at all of what federal telework policy is. To say that the workforce is not going to the office and it's time to get back to work simply suggests they don't know that every agency, every commission, every department makes its own decisions about this as part of the complete workplace policy, going job classification by job classification, defining when it makes sense and when it doesn't make sense. That's the way that it works. But they want to have a broad brush, one-size-fits-all straitjacket policy where they just decapitate a decade of progress using the pandemic or the end of the pandemic as the excuse for doing that. To repeat, this is not a Washington problem. The vast majority of the federal workforce is spread out across the country. The hardworking people we see in front of us today who work for the clerk of the U.S. House of Representatives and for the House are just a small example of the workforce located in Washington, which is a tiny minority of the federal workforce, which is all over America. So that flexibility has been given to federal workforce supervisors all over the country to deal with. And they would clearly try to elevate what I think is a frivolous talking point over the cost savings that have been created because of telework policy. They would elevate it over the increased job performance and job satisfaction that is being demonstrated in studies around the country, and they would elevate it over the clear success of telework within the private sector. Oftentimes my colleagues will say, well, we've got to be more like the private sector. Well, it's the private sector that's been leading the way here. The federal workforce has been very much in the rear guard doing it. But in any event, remember that they're conflating two completely different things. One is the federal telework policy that has evolved over the last decade, and the other is the pandemic. And it's true that the pandemic response was made far more efficient because there was an infrastructure in place in order to make telework possible. But those pandemic policies can be reversed without destroying all of the policies that have developed over the last decade. And there are an incredible number of unintended consequences that are exacerbated by the fact we have not had a single hearing on this question, which is of fundamental importance to hundreds of thousands and millions of people across the country. I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further members to debate. I'm prepared to close whenever the gentleman is prepared.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We also have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close whenever the chairman gives the word.
Gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. The title of this bill, the Show Up Act, consists of the Stop Home Office Work Unproductive Problem Act. And I understand that in Washington, This really is a Washington problem. There is always a search for the perfect acronym over the actual meaning of the language. This title does some real violence to the English language. I don't know what an unproductive problem is. I certainly don't know what a productive problem is. I wonder whether the person who wrote that was working on telework or they wrote it at the office. To me, it makes no difference. Somebody should have said, well, that doesn't really make any sense for a title for federal legislation. But in any event, the point is that members of Congress, of everyone, should know that we're able to be very effective, often being two places at the same time. You might be at your district office, you might be at a meeting, a town hall meeting in your district, but you call into a meeting with your chief of staff and your legislative staff, or you call in to have a meeting with subcommittee staff, or what have you. I don't understand the sudden effort to demonize technology and all of the advances that we've made. I don't take this to be serious legislation. There was no hearing on it. There seems to be no effort to convince anyone that it's serious, and I hope we can do better in the days ahead, and I will yield back my time to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, the Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Kentucky for yielding and for bringing this important legislation to the floor. You know, when you look across the country as people have worked hard to get their lives back in order, to get their small businesses back up and running, states that pushed to open their states up again because they knew that the health of their people, the mental health, the ability for kids to get back in school was so critical. And of course, data is out there all around, but especially amongst our young kids, who many millions of young kids in America lost a year plus of learning because of virtual learning, because being in the classroom just wasn't the same. And those communities that made the effort to open back up again were able to provide a much higher level of education than those schools that went out of their way to stay shut down, and damage was caused to so many. And so, as you see most of the country now back at work, they look at Congress and say, why isn't Washington back at work? When you look at federal agencies who are there to provide a service for the 330 plus million people all across this great nation. Mr. Speaker, those people expect that when they pick up the phone and they call those agencies, if you're a military veteran who served this nation, you surely showed up for work. You showed up, in fact, overseas in some cases, risking your life, receiving injuries, and you want to get your military record so you can be eligible to go get the health care you deserve. And when you call the VA and they can't get your health care records because there's still people not at the office, those are things you can't do remotely. And those veterans wait for help. That hurts people. When you've got millions of people who are trying to get basic services like a passport, maybe they're trying to go on their honeymoon, they're waiting for a loved one to come back home that they haven't seen who lives overseas, and they've been waiting for years. They want to go visit a relative, and they have waited 6 months in some cases. We get calls to our office on this problem. People that have been waiting over 6 months to get a passport renewed. That's something you cannot do remotely. If you call that office and somebody's at home, they're not able to process your passport from their home. So you just have to wait and miss dates and deadlines. When you see what's happening with so many other people that are counting on the federal government to take care of their needs, and they wonder, why haven't they gone back to work when I've had to go back to work? You know, you saw the president wanting to hire 87,000 more IRS agents. Well, there are many IRS agents that aren't showing up for work. We still get calls to this day from constituents, hard-working people who live paycheck to paycheck, who filed their tax returns in 2021, who still haven't gotten their check back. And they're wondering, why is somebody sitting at home not able to process
that payment? Why did they have to wait over a year to get their money back from their government? The answer is not to double the agency and hire another 87,000 people. It's to let people go back to work. This bill just says show up to work, to do your job, to serve those millions of people who are paying your salaries and counting on you to get the job done. This should have been done a long time ago. I'm glad we finally are getting this bill brought to the floor. Thank the gentleman for bringing it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Thank the gentleman for yielding back. This legislation asks every member to answer a simple question. Do you put the needs of your constituents first, or do you put the preferences of federal bureaucrats first? We know that expanded telework during the COVID-19 pandemic harmed agency service to our constituents across multiple vital agencies. But instead of fixing those problems and making sure they never happen again if increased telework needs to continue in certain cases, the Biden administration is just blindly doubling down on federal telework across the board. Not to improve service to our constituents, but to dangle a shiny perk in front of existing federal workers and prospective new federal hires. My bill ensures that a new expectation is set for our federal government's workforce, that you need to return to your agencies and get the job done for the American people. Federal telework should only be utilized when it has been proven to improve agency performance, lower agency costs, ensure agency network security, and better disperse the federal workforce across the nation. In the meantime, it requires federal agencies to re-implement pre-pandemic policies, which were working just fine. Under this bill, we will know that whether we have increased federal telework or not, it will only be to ensure that federal agencies and their employees provide the best quality of service to our constituents and our nation. I urge my colleagues to support this much-needed bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 75, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, third reading.
A bill to require executive agencies to submit to Congress a study of the impacts of expanded telework and remote work by agency employees during the COVID-19 pandemic and a plan for the agency's future use of telework and remote work and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman wish to be recognized? Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 75, I call up HJ Resolution 7 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 7, joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on March 13, 2020.
Pursuant to House Resolution 75, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on HJ Resolution 7.
Action.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of House Joint Resolution 7, which terminates the March 13, 2020 national emergency declared for COVID-19 under the National Emergencies Act, or the NEA. The time has come to move past the COVID-19 pandemic. It's no longer a global emergency as it was nearly 3 years ago. It's that simple. President Biden said, in his own words, the pandemic was over. He said that last September, and our Senate colleagues, with a bipartisan vote, agreed by passing a resolution last Congress in November 15th of 2022. The NEA was intended to provide emergency authorities to the President to respond to extraordinary situations in which the President must act quickly. We're no longer in that spot. The national emergency was declared by President Trump at the beginning of the pandemic nearly 3 years ago in March of 2020. At that time, it was a new virus. The American public and the world at large had little information, and we had to get a handle on the spread of COVID-19. Today, we are in a vastly different spot. We have treatments, we have better methods to track COVID, we have a better understanding of the virus itself, and the federal government has spent trillions combating the virus and protecting the economy from the fallout of the global shutdown. At this point, there's no longer a need for the declaration to utilize the extraordinary authorities provided under the NEA, and it seems that the White House agrees with this too, but just thinks we need to wait until May 11th. That logic and math just doesn't seem right to me. Consider this, the declaration is scheduled to end on March 1st of this year, so the President is suggesting he does intend to once again extend the emergency, and that is why Congress needs to act on this resolution. It's simple. Absent the President ceding these emergency powers, it is incumbent on Congress to rein in the executive branch to ensure these powers are not abused and that these authorities do not continue in perpetuity. America should be fully open, our kids should be back in the classroom, our families should be back at work, and here in the House we're starting by removing this emergency declaration. With that, I would urge support of this resolution, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Today I rise in opposition to House Joint Resolution 7, a resolution to terminate the COVID-19 emergency declaration, a resolution introduced by Representative Gosar. The coronavirus pandemic has been a public health and economic calamity for our country. We lost over 1 million of our fellow citizens to this deadly virus, in wave after wave of devastating news for families. Entire industries have been forced to shut down and then restart from standstill. Others have had to entirely reimagine the way they do business, costing billions of dollars in the process. The impact of the pandemic was inequitable in the extreme. The digital divide grew even wider as those with internet access could work from home or go to school from home, while others were left behind. Transportation workers, healthcare workers, law enforcement, grocery store workers were all unable to work from home, leaving them at an elevated risk during a very dangerous time. But thanks to actions by this Congress, or the previous Congress, including the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, we are well on our way to a robust recovery from this dark chapter of our nation's history. However, our work is not done. New variants continue to emerge, taking a toll on our workforce and exacerbating the labor shortage facing many businesses. Healthcare workers are still on the front lines of this pandemic. Last week, they saw nearly 4,000 Americans die from COVID. Terminating the emergency declaration now sends the wrong message and could have consequences for public health and safety. In my state alone, we had over 4,000 cases in the last week. The uncertain impact of long COVID, particularly on those with pre-existing health conditions, adds a layer of complexity to our path to normalcy. With these complex issues still facing business, local leaders, and the American people, It would be harmful and irresponsible to force a premature end to the flexibility offered by the Presidential Emergency Declaration from March of 2020. Now, President Biden has no intention of using these emergency powers forever. We know that because he announced his intention to end the COVID-19 national emergency on May 11th. This May deadline provides time to develop a strategic and a thoughtful plan regarding the termination of these authorities. There's no need for Congress to act now before the President acts on this issue. Forcing an end to the emergency declaration without regard to the consequences is short-sighted and wrong. There are many examples where a rushed move to end the national emergency declaration could have unintended negative consequences for the U.S. Ending the emergency declaration would roll back the enrollment and payment deadlines for individuals who have lost their jobs to sign up for COBRA or pay COBRA premiums. It also mean burdened deadlines on consumers who get health care coverage through job-based plans, including laid-off workers and their families. Ending the emergency declaration will reverse efforts to address mass incarceration and prison crowding by terminating the CARES Act home confinement provisions. This makes it difficult for the Bureau of Prisons to protect inmates who are at high risk of serious illness or death from COVID-19. Ending the emergency declaration will end video court proceedings. This is inefficient and will cost marshals time and money if they resume transporting inmates back and forth to court. Ending the emergency declaration will cut pre-planned sickness benefits and unemployment benefits for rail workers. It is wrong to cut these earned benefits when rail workers need them most. Ending the emergency declaration will also threaten Victims of Crime Assistance Funding, or VOCA funding, a critical lifeline for individuals and children dealing with the aftermath of being a victim to crime. The administration has a plan to bring the National Emergency Declaration to an orderly end on May 11th, aligning with its commitment to give at least 60 days notice prior to termination. I think this is a sensible and reasoned approach that Congress should support. We shouldn't be using an axe when a scalpel will do. And rushing this resolution to the floor is the wrong approach, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time, I would yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Committee on Highways and Transit, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic is over. At least that's what we were told by President Biden several months ago in a September interview. And yet here we are almost 5 months later, and the White House has failed to roll back the emergency declaration. In fact, it wasn't until House Republicans scheduled a vote to do just that, to terminate that declaration, that President Biden announced that he would actually end it on May 11th. What he really did was announce that he was giving our friends on the other side of the aisle a little bit of political cover to vote no on this bill. Instead, they'd rather continue to watch the American economy suffer for an additional 3 months while we continue this unnecessary declaration of an emergency. I'm glad President Biden has followed House Republicans' lead on this, but why wait months? We can vote to end it right now. Today, we've already let this measure drag on for nearly 3 years, signifying an egregious abuse of presidential powers. These emergency powers have been used to harm our economy and exacerbate our supply chain problems, and the president is content to allow that to continue for another 3 months. Our supply chain doesn't need this to continue anymore. It needs to end now. It's time for us to stop living in the past. Americans are ready to move forward. They're tired of hearing mixed messages that the pandemic is over, but still seeing all the consequences of these emergency declarations and implementing COVID regulations. Let's finally deliver on this promise that the end isn't near. It's right here, right now. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just note that there is no record that the national emergency exacerbated supply chain problems in the U.S. It's every record and evidence that COVID exacerbated supply chain problems in the U.S., bringing our economy to a standstill. And in my view, every evidence that the investment in the bipartisan infrastructure law and the CHIPS and Science Act are doing exactly what they needed to do, is to bring our economy back. There's no evidence otherwise, and I just say that for the record, and we, at this point, reserve the balance of our time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Kozar.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.J. Res. 7, legislation I introduced requiring the Biden administration to finally end the outdated and abusive COVID national emergency declaration. Nearly 3 years have passed since President Trump rightfully declared a national emergency concerning the COVID pandemic. The factual basis for this declaration was apparent then. As time has progressed and as we've learned about this virus, we know that it is no longer a national emergency. Since President Trump's initial declaration, the House of Representatives has not once voted, let alone debated, whether to terminate this national emergency or keep it as required. Let me repeat that. Required under the National Emergencies Act. The National Emergencies Act requires Congress to review termination or continuation of a national emergency no later than 6 months after its implementation, and at least every 6 months thereafter. Yet former Speaker Pelosi repeatedly blocked my attempts to simple debate about the merits of extending or terminating the COVID national emergency declaration, despite the law requiring us review. That would make it almost 4 to 6 times we should have had this debate during that time. What type of representative body cannot even discuss a national emergency? Until now, the House of Representatives has failed to perform its most basic constitutional duty, checking the powers of the executive branch and the power of the purse. In contrast, companion legislation has twice passed the Senate, most recently with an overwhelming bipartisan support. Last September, Mr. Biden declared, "The pandemic is over. Cases are down. America is opened back up." This hardly sounds like a country under a national COVID emergency. Yet Joe Biden continued to extend the COVID national emergency simply to force Americans to live under extreme measures that deprive us of our freedoms. Just this week, Mr. Biden issued a statement of administrative policy opposing H.J. Res. 7, implying to veto the legislation. This action stands in stark contrast to the recent promises that Biden would end the COVID national emergency in May. Let's not forget that Mr. Biden once promised the American people there would be no federal COVID vaccine mandates. Yet, he soon lied and mandated COVID vaccines for millions of Americans. We simply cannot trust what Biden, if and when Biden will keep his word. The evidence is to the contrary. It is time to end this emergency declaration now. If passed through the House today, the National Emergencies Act requires the Senate to expeditiously vote on my resolution within 18 calendar days. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation and send it to the Senate. Do your due diligence. Do what the law requires. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that announcement. We currently reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserved. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the Chairman of the Public Buildings and Economic Development Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Chairman for the opportunity and would just tell the body and everybody listening, not since World War II and that crisis that our country had to deal with has the cause of socialism and big government been advanced more than during the declaration of this national emergency. And people might disagree with me, but let me make it real for you. The federal government, state governments use this national emergency to stop people from working in their businesses, stop their businesses cold, force them to inject something into their body if they wanted to go to work, if they wanted to go to school, if they wanted to travel. If that's not big government and oppression, I'm not sure what is. People say, well, what does it matter? Well, it's 120 special statutory authorities granted to the administration that are now going to go away. Everybody say, well, he's going to do it on May 11th. Well, he said last September he was going to do it then. What's taken so long? The rest of the country knows that the pandemic is over, and they know that the national emergency should be over as well. They know that part of the 122 special statutory authorities includes allowing the president to suspend a prohibition
on testing chemical and biological substances on unwitting human subjects. Think about that. Or allowing the president to shut down or take over radio stations or freeze any asset or financial transaction. Indeed, the pandemic is over. The president announced it last September. The Senate, just in November, just a couple months ago, voted for it to end it overwhelmingly. For anybody that's concerned about Title 42, the statute governing Title 42 does not make any mention of the emergency declaration. It needs to be ended. It needs to be ended now. Americans need to be free and not oppressed by this federal government and these extraordinary powers that have advanced the cause of socialism like no other time in our history. And I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just note that everyone is looking forward to the day when COVID-19 is a distant memory, but we have to work towards that day cautiously and steadily, and the emergency declaration should not be terminated until there is time to conduct a careful review on science, and it should not be terminated on the whim of any one member of Congress. The administration has a plan to bring the National Emergency Declaration to an orderly end on May 11th, aligning with their commitment to give at least 60 days notice prior to the termination, and I think it's a sensible and reasoned approach that Congress should support. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa.
Gentleman's recognized.
Appreciate it. So, the National Emergency Declaration was on March 13 of 2020, nearly 3 years ago. This legislation we're talking about today passed the Senate twice with nearly 2/3 of votes of the senators. But the former Speaker repeatedly blocked the resolution from coming to the floor in the House. The President has granted more than 120 special statutory powers, statutory, which usually means passing a law, through the National Emergency Declaration, all of which he continues to wield as long as this emergency is in place. The President has extended the emergency twice, which would otherwise have automatically terminated on the anniversary of the first time of the declaration. These powers are meant for the time of actual emergency. President Biden himself has said the pandemic is over in a 60 Minutes interview in September of 2022. This administration has continually abused these powers and used the national emergency to enact liberal policies without the approval of Congress. These are things that probably wouldn't pass muster in Congress because I don't think a lot of my colleagues would want to vote for them on the record. Since the emergency was first declared, the federal government has spent over $6 trillion in response to COVID-19. Students have lost invaluable time learning in school facilities. Countless businesses closed down that aren't coming back, and families separated from loved ones during holidays at hospitals to see dying loved ones or not even able to have a funeral for them. Heartless. Nurses and docs, at one point called heroes, become goats because they don't necessarily want to take an experimental vaccine. We have Jekyll and Hyde ideas coming out of the administration now, thinking like, well, we're going to sue to make people wear masks again on planes and trains. At the same time, he's saying we're going to end it all in May. It's crazy. We're going in the wrong direction. So why don't we pass this legislation if the president won't do it himself and put the power back into the hands of the people here that are elected by the people, not bureaucracy. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just note that if we're going to cite the President Biden's comment that the pandemic is over, will the House also agree with the President that there will be no cuts to Social Security and Medicare? And will the House also agree that President Biden has said that the economy has turned around, creating 11 million jobs, and the economy is robust? If we're going to pick and choose what the President says to make any one argument, then let's look at the totality of the President's record in fairness to the President. With that, though, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, Representative Payne from New Jersey.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Mr. Larson for allowing me this time to speak. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in opposition to the bill before us, H.J. Res. 7. I am pleased that President Biden announced this week that he will end the COVID-19 national emergency declaration on May 11th. This will provide a reasonable path to winding down the pandemic measures without leaving states and cities caught off guard with sudden shifts in their budgets. COVID was a once-in-a-lifetime emergency, and an abrupt end to the spending under the emergency declaration would cause chaos for Americans. The wind down aligns with the administration's previous plans to give cities, states, and businesses and taxpayers at least 60 days notice prior to the termination of the emergency declaration. Mr. Chairman, this is a sensible policymaking and is welcome change from the prior administration's frantic, poorly considered, and dangerous approach to any sort of emergency, including COVID. I agree with the President's plan to wind down the emergency declaration, and I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle agree with this plan as well. Why? Because this bill was rushed to the floor without allowing our committee to review it, without soliciting input from any of the cities or states that would be impacted. Nobody has been working with the Senate or the White House to find a solution that makes sense.
Yield an additional minute.
Thank you. The majority knows that abrupt policy shifts are bad, and yet they are free to vote for a bill which they know would cause chaos. They also know that it won't be considered by the Senate. But I can forgive a messaging bill. We all do that from time to time. What's so galling about the bill before us today is that it shows just how far outside the mainstream the Republican Party is. The American people want common sense solutions that protect our economy, not a far-right agenda driven by the most extreme voices in their party. It is the same voices that brought us yesterday's anti-vax bill, who knows that what other secret promises the Speaker made to the extremists to secure the gavel. So let's get the bill over with, because we all know that it's not going anywhere.
30 seconds. Yield additional 30 seconds, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Then we can get on to debating the majority's economic plans, like a 30% national sales tax or holding the debt limit hostage. I urge my colleagues to vote no, so we can stop wasting time with this nonsense and get back to the work for the American people, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yield, gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Missouri. I find it incredible what the other side of the aisle is saying. They said this bill was rushed to the floor, rushed to the floor. Do you remember when this was invoked, the National Emergencies Act? March 13th, 2020. After that, we were told 15 days to slow the spread. How many days are we up to? Does anybody over there know? It's over 1,000 days. And what has happened in that period of time? How did we get to this position? The law that Congress passed, that was invoked by the president, former president, and extended by this president, the National Emergencies Act, requires at least every 6 months you vote on whether to extend it. We did not follow the law under the former speaker. They used the Rules Committee to prevent this bill from coming to a vote. And then the claim that the Senate would need time to deal with this. The Senate has already passed this. Even the Senate, the bipartisan Senate, passed 61 to 37. I expect there would have been a lot of votes here, but the president came in to try to save their skin. The gig is up. The gig is up, but he wants to keep the music going a little bit longer. Mr. Biden says that he wants to honor his commitment to give 60 days notice before ending it, because he's issued this statement of administrative policy that, and he only issued this when this bill came to the floor, but he's issued this policy, says he's going to honor his commitment to 60 days notice. Why is he taking 100 days? Somebody, if anybody over there can do the math for me, is May 11th, is that 60 days from now? No, it's more like 100 days from now, roughly. So the notion that this is rushed to the floor is ridiculous. Biden wants to keep it going. He wants to spend money under his emergency authorities, which he shouldn't have right now. And it's very irresponsible with the debt limit looming, with us in extraordinary measures. The reality is he wants 100 more days to shove money out the door and to waste money that hasn't been guarded very well or audited. It's been 1,000 days into 15 days to slow the spread. It's time to end this emergency now. I support Mr. Gosar's bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my friend from Missouri for yielding to me. You know, back in September, President Biden said the pandemic is over. In early January, he extended his public health emergency for COVID for the 12th time. Now he says the public health emergency will end May 11th. The emergency's been ended, then extended, then expired, when all of us know that it hasn't existed for months. But I guess we can say now that COVID will magically disappear in May because he says so. Who knows? We might even get new guidance tomorrow. I guess the Americans should watch out. But the American people, regardless of what was said on the other side of the aisle, are tired of this. They want to get back to business as usual. The American people are fed up with shutdowns that killed our jobs and restricted our rights. We're going to end this madness now, and we need to. That's why I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are fond of quoting the president, saying the pandemic is over, and I just hope they will also agree that with the president that we've had the 2 strongest years of job growth in history the last 2 years. We've had the lowest level of unemployment in 50 years. We have a near record low unemployment for Black and Hispanic Americans, and record low unemployment for people with disabilities. I hope as they're picking and choosing what they choose to agree with the president on, that they look at these facts and also come out in agreement with the president that these are also the facts. With that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Very much. Mr. Speaker, it's been nearly 3 years since the first national emergency declaration was issued related to the COVID-19 pandemic on March 13th, 2020. Since then, the federal government has authorized over $6 trillion in response to COVID-19. Our children have suffered severe learning loss due to school closures, and countless small businesses have been forced to permanently close their doors. The Democrat Party has used and abused the national emergency authorization to push their unpopular radical agenda like the eviction moratorium, student loan forgiveness, and reckless spending that has led to skyrocketing inflation that is impacting my constituents today, your constituents today. When they go to the grocery store and are paying $9, $10, $11 for 12 eggs, this is a problem. They also put unconstitutional vaccine mandates in place to put healthcare workers and our military service members serving in all branches of our military out of work. COVID is over, yet nearly 3 years later, more than 35 National Emergency Acts are still in effect, and the current administration is continuing to abuse more than 120 special statutory powers only meant for times of emergency. Even Joe Biden said the pandemic is over. We agreed with that long before he said it, and we're happy he's finally saying it. It is far past time to put an end to this abuse I thank my friend and colleague, Representative Gosar, for his strong leadership on this issue. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I strongly support it. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is
I
recognized.
don't have any more speakers. I'm prepared to close. Gentleman is.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the administration has a plan to bring the National Emergency Declaration to an orderly end on May 11th, aligning with its commitment to at least 60 days' notice prior to termination. This gives time for a deliberate and sensible wind down of the national emergency. So I'd ask my colleagues to oppose HJ Res 7, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, last year President Biden he acknowledged that the pandemic was over, as has been pointed out. There's no compelling need for the President to continue exercising the extraordinary authorities under the NEA. The Senate, on a bipartisan basis, they agreed in November, and here in the People's House, I think it's time that we do the same. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge support of this joint resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 75, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, third reading.
To a national emergency declared by the President on March 13, 2020.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, the joint resolution.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the Speaker from Missouri seek recognition?
I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
You guys are ready? The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of H.R. 139 and passage of H.J. Res. 7. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 139, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 139, a bill to require executive agencies to submit to Congress a study of the impacts of expanded telework and remote work by agency employees during the COVID-19 pandemic and a plan for the agency's future use of telework and remote work and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. The members will record their votes by electronic voice. This is a 15-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? They're good? Vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 206. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Ready? Should I open again? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passes of H.J. Res. 7, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution
Say the House is
7,
not in order.
joint resolution relating to a national emergency declared by the President on March 13, 2020.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. A 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 229 and the nays are 197. The joint resolution is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
How you doing, sir?
What purpose does the gentleman from California?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus,
Seek
I offer a
recognition.
privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 87, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby
Mr. Speaker, I
elected-
ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 09:30 a.m. on February 2nd, 2023.
Without objection. Again? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Section 1A, 2A of House Resolution 12 as amended by Section 1C of House Resolution 78 and the order of the House of today, the Select Subcommittee on Weaponization of the Federal Government be composed of not more than 21 members, delegates, or the resident commissioner appointed by the Speaker, of whom not more than 9 shall be appointed in consultation with the Minority Leader.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby remove myself as co-sponsor of House Resolution 29.
Request is accepted. House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek representation?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker,
for 1 minute.
I rise today to applaud the House for passing the Pandemic is Over Act, the Freedom for Healthcare Workers Act, the Show Up Act, and for ending the national emergency. I was in the New York State Assembly when the COVID vaccine mandate was passed, and I argued vociferously against it. Even then, we knew it would cause irreparable damage to our healthcare facilities, forcing thousands of healthcare workers out of their jobs, and we were right, which is why it is so important for Congress to take this step and right that wrong. Another refrain I heard over and over again from my constituents is that we need to end the national emergency declaration. We get calls every day in my office from small business owners, teachers, carpenters, and other constituents who simply don't understand why we haven't fully reopened our state and country. COVID cases have dropped dramatically across the country, and the number of cases today compared to the same date last year are down over 600,000 cases. The fact is that we no longer constitute a national emergency, and we should absolutely end the declaration. I urge the Senate to pass these important pieces of legislation and encourage the administration to accelerate their timeline on this important matter. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Black History Month. This month, we celebrate the tremendous contributions of African Americans to the growth of our nation. Just one example of that contribution is the beautiful edifice that we are in today. It was built by people that were uncompensated for their work, but a beautiful testament in our nation's example. Black History Month started as Negro History Week in February of 1926. That week was chosen because it included the birthdays of President Lincoln and famed abolitionist Frederick Douglass. In 1976, they expanded it and created Black History Month. Today, African Americans make a difference in every aspect of American life and highlight the fact that the African American story is the greatest success story in our nation's history. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, the chair announces without objection the speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 11 of Rule 10, Clause 11 of Rule 1, the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, and notwithstanding the requirements of Clause 11A, 1D, and Clause 11A, 4A of Rule 10 of the following members of the House to the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
Mr. Turner of Ohio, Chair. Mr. Winstrup of Ohio. Mr. Stewart of Utah. Mr. Crawford of Arkansas. Ms. Stefanik of New York. Mr. Kelly of Mississippi. Mr. LaHood of Illinois. Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. Mr. Gallagher of Wisconsin. Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia. Mr. Hill of Arkansas. Mr. Crenshaw of Texas. Mr. Waltz of Florida. Mr. Garcia of California. Mr. Himes of Connecticut. Mr. Carson of Indiana. Mr. Castro of Texas. Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois. Mr. Crow of Colorado. Mr. Barrow of California. Ms. Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey. Mr. Gomez of California. Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania. Ms. Spamberger of Virginia.
The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 1A, 2A of House Resolution 11, the 118th Congress as amended by Section 1B of House Resolution 78, 118th Congress, and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following members to the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party.
Mr. Gallagher of Wisconsin, Chair. Mr. Whitman of Virginia. Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri. Mr. Barr of Kentucky. Mr. Newhouse of Washington. Mr. Molinar of Michigan. Mr. LaHood of Illinois. Mr. Dunn of Florida. Mr. Banks of Indiana. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mrs. Steele of California. Mrs. Henson of Iowa. Mr. Jimenez of Florida. Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois. Ms. Castor of Florida. Mr. Carson of Indiana. Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts. Mr. Khan of California. Mr. Kim of New Jersey. Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey. Ms. Stevens of Michigan. Mr. Auchincloss of Massachusetts. Mr. Torres of New York. Ms. Brown of Ohio.
The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to Selection 4A1B1 of House Resolution 5, 118th Congress, as amended by Section 1D of House Resolution 78, 118th Congress, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following members to the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic.
Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, Chair. Ms. Maliotakis of New York. Mrs. Miller Meeks of Iowa. Mrs. Lesko of Arizona. Mr. Cloud of Texas. Mr. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Ms. Green of Georgia. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Mr. McCormick of Georgia. Mr. Ruiz of California. Mrs. Dingle of Michigan. Mr. Mfume of Maryland. Ms. Ross of North Carolina. Mr. Robert Garcia of California.
The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 1A, 2A of House Resolution 12, 118th Congress, The second order of the House of today and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following members to the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government.
Mr. Jordan of Ohio, Chair. Mr. Issa of California. Mr. Massey of Kentucky. Mr. Stewart of Utah. Ms. Stefanik of New York. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Gates of Florida. Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota. Mr. Stubbe of Florida. Mr. Bishop of North Carolina. Mrs. Kamek of Florida. Ms. Hageman of Wyoming. Ms. Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts. Ms. Sanchez of California. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mr. Connolly of Virginia. Mr. Garamendi of California. Mr. Allred of Texas. Ms. Garcia of Texas. Mr. Goldman of New York.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Dr. Charles McDonald, an outstanding public servant who has left an incredible legacy across the state of Louisiana. Dr. McDonald dedicated his career to education, working as a high school teacher and principal before becoming an administrator at the University of Louisiana Monroe. After working 17 years on ULM's campus, Dr. McDonald won a seat in the Louisiana House of Representatives. While serving in the legislature, he authored the bill that created the Taylor Opportunity Program for Students, or TOP Scholarship. It's a program which has enabled hundreds of thousands of Louisiana's best and brightest to obtain a college education, and I was fortunate to be one of the first recipients of the program over 25 years ago. To this day, Dr. McDonald's works in higher education continues as he currently serves on the Louisiana Board of Regents. He has been a mentor and friend to so many, including myself, helping guide young educators on their career paths, and we are so thankful. Mr. Speaker, today the House honors an outstanding Louisianan, Dr. Charles McDonald. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a representative from Minnesota's 4th Congressional District in support of my colleague, Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota's 5th Congressional District. Together, we're the Twin Cities. Representative Omar's, alongside of our colleagues Representative Schiff and Sawwell, have been unfairly targeted for removal from committees despite their valuable experience, their expertise, and their perspectives. The American people elected us to solve problems, to strengthen Social Security and Medicare, and to lower everyday costs. But instead, there's prioritizing of issues that the Republicans are engaged in, well, as a political stunt. No better than their extreme MAGNA members who traffic in hate and violent threats. My fellow Minnesotans and I see this for what it is, a petty vendetta, not only undermining our democracy, but it puts the safety of those members at risk. Minnesota and all Americans deserve better, and I encourage my colleagues to support Representative Omar and vote no on H Resolution 76. I thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to be recognized for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the
I rise today to bring more attention to the censorship of conservative voices from big tech corporations, particularly with DirecTV and AT&T's decision to remove Newsmax, the second conservative-leaning news channel in 12 months, from their programming lineup and their customers' televisions. The fact that conservatives have this very important outlet stolen from them is simply unacceptable. This is just another great example of the big tech censorship that we have seen time and again, and we should not stand for this as Americans. The American people deserve to hear all sides of political discussions, to be able to form their own opinions on any given issue. Corporations should not have free rein in dishing out their woke agendas to censor content their paying customers consume. I will fight to get more answers on this as a member of the House Oversight and Accountability Committee. DirecTV and AT&T will be hearing from many of my colleagues and constituents that are on our side in this argument, as well as their customers from around the country, to reverse this decision and prove to the American people that they are advocates of the First Amendment, not an obstacle for a fair and balanced political program. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in support of responsibly ending the COVID-19 emergencies and in opposition to showmanship that would unnecessarily disrupt Americans' access to health care. President Biden has committed to end the COVID-19 public health and national emergency designations by May 11th, choosing an orderly, predictable wind down over the disruptions and dislocations proposed by House Republicans. Their actions this week could immediately kick tens of millions off their health insurance, leaving nursing home residents without staff to care for them, and cut off telehealth services for people struggling with mental illness. Governing requires planning and deliberation. Unfortunately, Republicans have put messaging over substance. We can and will keep schools open and make sure government officials are delivering for constituents while sustaining flexibilities and efficiencies from the pandemic. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose these measures and support President Biden's responsible drawdown of emergency authorities. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and amend my comments as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as Biden's border crisis continues to cost American taxpayers billions per year, I rise today to introduce my first bill, the Border Security Investment Act. This legislation will target the millions of immigrants who entered our country illegally, use American resources, don't pay taxes, and then proceed to send money back to foreign countries. More specifically, it would place a 37% user-based transaction fee on remittance transfers made through money services businesses where the remittance originates in the U.S. and is sent back to one of the top 5 nations of origin for illegal immigration. Revenue collected is placed under 2 trusts, both for border security. The first trust, the funds will be used by the federal government specifically for salaries and wages for Customs and Border Protection, physical barriers, and detection technology only. The second trust is allocated to reimburse states for their expenditures for border security enforcement measures. What's more, any unspent money under this legislation from these 2 funds exceeding $50 billion is allocated to the Treasury solely for the purpose of reducing national debt. While there is still plenty of work to be done, this bill is a first step in securing our border, keeping our communities safe, and working towards a balanced budget. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm on the House floor today to talk about an element that sustains us all, water. My home state of Michigan is surrounded by 4 out of the 5 Great Lakes, our nation's largest freshwater reserve. The Great Lakes region is home to 51 million jobs and has a GDP of $6 trillion. It is an economic powerhouse. Yet despite the abundance of fresh water surrounding us, many of our constituents do not have access to reliable and safe drinking water. PFAS and lead contamination continue to be an issue for many West Michiganders. The Great Lakes are home to one of our nation's most incredible landmarks, but are under dire threat from climate change. We must protect our freshwater supply nationally and internationally. The Great Lakes contain 90% of the United States freshwater supply and 20% of the global supply. We have to work with urgency to protect this precious resource. The importance of water nationwide cannot be understated. It's an environmental matter, an economic matter, and a matter of national security. This week, I'm launching my work on the Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee on Water and the Environment, where I will work to protect this vital resource, and I invite my colleagues to join me. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, America has always been a nation of trailblazers. From the automobile to the iPhone, the entrepreneurial spirit of the American people is the engine of progress that moves our world forward toward a better tomorrow. As we chart a course toward rebuilding the world's greatest economy, we must ensure that this engine has the fuel it needs to get us where we want to go. That's why earlier today I introduced the Startup Act alongside my colleague from California, Mr. DeSaulnier. This bipartisan bill equips entrepreneurs and future entrepreneurs with the training and resources they need to start a business, create jobs, and grow our economy. Having built several small businesses from the ground up, I know just how difficult that process is. And I wonder how many Americans never make that leap simply because they don't know where to start. The Startup Act is about removing barriers to entrepreneurship and expanding access to programs and tools that will help countless people turn their version of the American dream into a reality. And I yield back.
For what purpose does this gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 50th anniversary of the Thursday Luncheon Group, which was founded in 1973 to elevate the voices of African Americans in U.S. foreign policy. Since the early days of the State Department, patriotic African Americans have raised their hands to join our diplomatic service, only to find their pathways too often narrowed by bigotry. In the face of this discrimination, early trailblazers like Ambassador Terrence Todman, a 6-time career ambassador and founding member of the Thursday Luncheon Group, successfully pushed the State Department to root out segregation and expand opportunities for all employees. Today, the Thursday Luncheon Group plays an active role in promoting African American representation at all levels of the department. And as I've worked to increase opportunities for underrepresented groups in foreign policy, my efforts have been guided by the counsel of this group and other employee affinity groups. Congratulations to the Thursday Luncheon Group on their golden anniversary. I look forward to working with TLG and similar groups to recruit and retain a diverse diplomatic corps that proudly promotes American values at home and around the world. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise to seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor the life of Marcy Goodyear. Marcy was born in 1971 in East Point, Georgia. She moved to Albany in 1974, where she attended Westover High School. In 2009, after living in Albany for many years, Marcy found her way to Darien, Georgia, located in the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. Marcy loved traveling and spending time with friends and family. She enjoyed working at Skipper's Fish Camp with her family, as well as her time as a city councilwoman with the city of Darien. Marcy's smile was infectious, and she never met a stranger. She will be dearly missed by all of those who knew her. On behalf of myself and everyone in the 1st Congressional District, our thoughts and prayers are with Marcy's family and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to extend and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we are mourning today the loss of Officer Gonzalo Carrasco, Jr., who was sadly shot and killed in the line of duty yesterday protecting the citizens of Selma, California. Selma, California is a wonderful community of about 30,000 people in the heart of the San Joaquin Valley. Officer Carrasco was a son of farm workers, a graduate of Reedley High School, and worked constantly to increase his opportunities to become a police officer. He also sadly was preparing to become a father. He served with the Selma Police Department for 2 years and did all he could to protect the community. His service, bravery, and sacrifice will never be forgotten. It is a sad, sad day for the people of Selma. My heartfelt condolences to his family, the police department, and the people of the Valley. May he rest in peace. God bless him. We owe him a debt of gratitude. I give back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Mr. Christopher Marion Balaban, a constituent, war hero, and Holocaust survivor in New York's 3rd Congressional District. Last Saturday, on January 28th, Mr. Balaban reached his centennial. I would like to enter onto the congressional record a token of appreciation for his long and heroic journey. Christopher was born in Poland and joined the Russian resistance against the Soviets at the young age of 16. Throughout his entire life, he was held in multiple slave camps throughout Europe. After escaping the final camp, Christopher eventually joined the British Army and fought against Nazis in Germany and other enemy forces. Finally, in the early 1950s, he found his way home to the United States. I could not be more honored to have a man of such valor residing in the district that I represent. Let this serve as a public declaration of respect and admiration for Mr. Balaban and his amazing family. I would like to extend the happiest of birthdays to Christopher, and I hope that our paths cross soon. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to condemn the Azerbaijani government's blockade of Lachin Corridor, the only road connecting Arsak's Armenian population to the world. Today marks the 52nd day of the blockade. My district is home to one of the first Armenian communities in Southern California, formed by survivors of the Armenian genocide. Now, in the face of Azerbaijan aggression, many of my constituents fear a second genocide. Last week, I spoke with a constituent who was stuck behind the blockade, and he reported a dire situation. Over 100,000 Armenians have been denied access to food, fuel, and medicine, and the region has been left without heat or power this winter. If this continues, I fear a humanitarian catastrophe. We must make it clear to Azerbaijan that imposing its will on the Armenian people by force is unacceptable, and I call on the administration to ensure that aid reaches the people of Artsakh. Today, my thoughts are with those suffering under these inhumane conditions, and I reaffirm my commitment to ensure Azerbaijan is held accountable for its aggression against the Armenian people. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Socialism has failed everywhere it's been tried and caused millions of deaths over the last century. In 1932 and 33, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin engineered a man-made famine in Ukraine that killed more than 3 million people. In 1938, 1 million people were executed by the Soviet Union's secret police in a campaign of organized terror. 1960 to 62, over 50 million people died in communist China during Mao Zedong's Great Leap Forward. Again, in 1966 till 76, over 3 million people were killed by Chairman Mao's Cultural Revolution. In Cambodia, communist dictator Pol Pot killed 2 million people, 25% of his country's population. Almost 2 million North Koreans have been killed by that country's communist government. These are just a few examples of socialism leading to mass death and suffering for innocent people. These are a feature, not a bug, not an anomaly. Socialism never works, as its critics must be silenced by force. It might sound attractive going in, but people that may vote it in usually have to fight their way out of it. Let's be on the side of the victims of socialism, the tens of millions of them, and speak out and condemn it in all its forms.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on this day, the first day of Black History Month, unfortunately during a moment of unprecedented assaults on truth, by those desperate to rewrite America's history. In this troubling time of banned books and canceled curriculums, it is with great urgency that I stand before you to celebrate the profound history of our nation that far too many far-right zealots are fighting to conceal. This is a special month, defined in equal parts triumph and tragedy, and centered in pride and appreciation, because our African American forebears rose above oppression and helped create the greatest nation the modern world has ever seen. Make no mistake, only the ashamed and the afraid hide from history. Black Americans never have and never will, for ours is a story of victory over adversity, determination in the face of uncertainty, and the courage of our convictions. Our story is America's story, so let us never forget, let us never concede, let us never be silenced when we say that Black history is American history. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Like unanimous consent to speak for a minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
As I go about my district, I like to meet with the average Wisconsinite to see what's on their mind. It's so much more illuminating than hanging around Washington and meeting with lobbyists. Whether I stop in convenience stores or food stores, which I do, between my meetings, inevitably the talk turns to abuse of the EBT card. I hear stories again and again of people selling EBT cards for 50 cents on the dollar, which apparently means that some people don't need them. Another complaint is sometimes they're able to look at the card, or it turns up on the receipt how much money they have left on the card, and there might be thousands of dollars there, which is also a problem. So I thought, what can we do to prevent some of this abuse? And we have introduced a bill, ID for EBT card, in which a person's photo would have to appear on the card. When I speak to the clerks in my convenience stores, they unanimously believe that this would be a good idea and be a step towards fighting the fraud and the abuse in this program. Thank you very much.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my appreciation for another recent success for the 1st District of Indiana from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Just in this week, the Department of Transportation shared that the cities of East Chicago, Gary, and Hammond received funding under the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant, program to develop plans for infrastructure projects designed to reduce transportation-related fatalities and serious injuries. I am grateful for all the leaders and public servants in these cities for putting in the work to successfully obtain and utilize this new federal resource. As we proceed, I look forward to continue to work with all local stakeholders and my colleagues to promote the safety of our transportation infrastructure so that all individuals and businesses can continue to thrive and attract new economic activity in our communities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor my good friend, World War II veteran Jess Science, a member of the greatest generation. He passed away at the age of 98. He was born in 1924, and at the age of 19, he had recently graduated from Anaheim High School, and he joined the military in 1943. Jess was one of 50 young men from the historic Colonia Independencia, a segregated Mexican-American community in my hometown of Anaheim, California. He was one of 50 who fought the Great War. Jess fought the Germans in the Ardennes of France and would later tell us the stories of how he lived in foxholes for 14 months, withstanding cold winters and drenching rains. The war, he said, taught him to be responsible and made him a greater man. Upon his return to the United States in 1946, he married Nellie and raised 4 children, became a carpenter, and helped build this great country. Please join me in saluting World War II veteran Jess Iance, a true American hero and member of the greatest generation. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair lays before the House the following personal requests.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania for today after 3 p.m. Leave of absence requested for Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas for today after 12 p.m.
Without objection, requests are granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 118th Congress is in full swing now. We are here working full-time again for the American people. And I just wanted to take a few moments tonight here on the House floor to clarify some things about how this new Congress has begun. I'd point out first, for scheduling purposes, of course, the State of the Union is next week. It's a time for the President to take stock and speak to the American people about where our country is today and where we are heading. I hope the President's able to make good use of the opportunity, but I'm afraid we're going to be subjected to more spin and few solutions to the major challenges, even the crises facing the American people. Mr. Speaker, much has been made by the Democrats and the press about how House Republicans have kicked off the 118th Congress. But we all know the chatter is not an accurate representation of what's really going on around here. The cameras don't capture it all. We are delighted that the C-SPAN cameras are roving about the floor now. It gives a little more personal view of what's happening here in the chamber. But so much of what goes on outside these walls is not apparent to the American people. So let's be plain about this. Let's put it plainly in real terms what's actually happening now. There's some real reforms that have been brought forward by the new House Republican majority. We now have a much more open legislative process. As I explained to some friends back home over the weekend, we all remember the cartoon. I'm 51 years old. We remember the cartoon Saturday mornings, I'm Just a Bill on Capitol Hill, and it explained how a bill becomes a law. And I explained to our friends from Louisiana who were in town that has not actually been the way a bill becomes a law in this Congress for several years now. We're getting back to that process. We're getting back to what we were taught in civics about how this is supposed to work. Bills have to be limited now to one single subject. They'll no longer vote on a bill without giving members at least 72 hours notice to review it first. What a concept. You might have to actually read that legislation before you vote on it. Any tax increase now, this is an important change, any tax increase must now meet a higher threshold to pass. It was a simple majority, but now it's a 2/3 vote. That's a really important reform for the American people, given the state of the economy. There will be no new mandatory federal spending increases without equal or greater budget offsets. We got a $31.5 trillion federal debt. We cannot continue on this trajectory, and these reforms are really important for us. By the way, remote voting and committee work are finally ended. No longer will you see members, phoning in their work. They have to be here. They have to come to work. And let's contrast that with the old way of doing business under the previous leadership, Nancy Pelosi and the Speaker. The Democrats have been in charge here for 4 years. When they did it, we had bills written behind closed doors, sometimes literally by just a handful of people. The bills were loaded up with unrelated policies. These bills were unveiled, then brought for a remote vote before anybody could possibly read them, much less debate or amend the legislation. And we all know that Democrats are obsessed with having a top-down approach to legislating. I mean, they've all but shouted it from the rooftops over the past few weeks. And sure, that might have made former Speaker Pelosi's job easier, but it was not good for the American people. It was not good for the country. It was not good for this revered institution. I suspect that if you ask the American people, they would all agree. This is just common sense, and we are restoring here common sense. We made commitments to America, and we're going to fulfill them. Now, here's the reality. House Republicans have started this year by instituting the most positive reforms to this House in a generation. With Republicans back in charge, the status quo, where there's no transparency, no accountability, outright disregard for regular order, is finally over. And that is a very, very good thing for the country. Mr. Speaker, this week we're voting to end the COVID pandemic emergency order. This is one of the topics we've taken up. We committed to the American people that we would do when we started the Congress, and we have. President Biden has said the pandemic is over. His press secretary says it isn't. And since the White House couldn't get its story straight, we voted now to put an end to the public health emergency declaration. Since the pandemic is over, the emergency declaration should be over as well. Mr. Speaker, this week we're also passing the Show Up Act. Talk about something that's popular with the American people. This House has ended remote work in this body. The Senate did it long ago across the hall. And now we are voting to do the same thing for the remainder of the federal government. It is beyond time to require that the teleworking federal employees return to work in order to remedy widespread, terribly poor customer service. Consider this, the IRS, just the IRS, they have a backlog right now of more than 8 million tax returns from 2021. Prior to widespread teleworking, the backlog was approximately just 1 million. It's just an unacceptable thing. We have federal employees at all these agencies who literally have not come to work. Well, we're going to end that. And it's clear that these backlogs and customer service problems are due at least in part to ongoing teleworking policies, even as the pandemic is now in the rearview mirror. Mr. Speaker, with Republicans back in charge, I could give you many examples of things that are going to be improving around here. That's just a couple. The House is back to work, and we intend to get the rest of the government back to work for the American people as well, whether all of our colleagues like that or not. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to yield tonight to the gentleman from the great state of California, my new colleague on the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Kiley, to discuss another important issue from this week. And I will yield to him so much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the House passed the Pandemic is Over Act, terminating the national COVID-19 state of emergency. Now, of course, the pandemic is over. It has been over for some time. Americans are well aware of this. It seems only the government has not been aware of it at the national level and in certain states in this country. So we passed this bill, the House of Representatives did, ending the state of emergency, ending the national emergency, and the president responded in a very interesting way. He agreed with us. He said, yes, the emergency is over on May 11th, which is a very interesting concept, emergency that you can schedule to end in advance. This is a page out of Gavin Newsom's book in California, where the state of emergency there had continued month after month, year after year. And as the absurdities piled up, as California last year hosted the Super Bowl during a state of emergency, and as, by the way, the governor refused to abide personally by the dictates issued pursuant to that emergency, eventually he was forced to say, okay, I will end it, but he decided to end it 6 months in advance. And so the state of emergency in California will now be elapsing on February 28th for those keeping score at home, and the national emergency will be elapsing on May 11th. This is inherently against the very concept of an emergency, to say that we can schedule it to end at a specific date in the future. And it's also against the very concept of an emergency to say that it can last for 3 years. We have in this country, for now almost 3 years, experienced our form of government being turned on its head. As at the national level, and in particular in certain states, our entire separation of powers, checks and balances, and representative government collapsed under a one-man rule. And now that we have moved on from most of that, although there are still some remnants of the controls that were put in place still in effect, we're in a position to assess what was the outcome of all of this. Because yes, there was some uniformity in terms of federal policy, but there was a great degree of difference in terms of how different states responded. Now, in my state of California, we had the highest level of government coercion and control throughout the entire COVID-19 experience. We had the most onerous business shutdowns, the longest school shutdowns, the worst church shutdowns. We had the most onerous mask mandates and vaccine passports. Each and every step of the way, California had the highest level of government coercion and control, generally done via executive orders, without the say of the people, without the say of the legislature, without meaningful judicial review, with 40 million people of our state expected to simply comply. That was the California experience. That was the experience, to a lesser extent, of many other states. But then you had states like Florida that decided that citizens could be trusted to make decisions for themselves, that empowered local communities to govern themselves, that focused on disease control rather than population control. And so we can now look, having now been through this for a few years and have had very different approaches, what was the result of this difference in policy? Well, economically speaking, California had basically the highest unemployment rate in the entire country throughout the COVID-19 state of emergency, whereas Florida had just about the lowest unemployment rate in the country throughout the state of emergency. California has experienced student learning loss unlike anything that has ever been seen before in this country. There's been a 6% decline in third graders reading at grade level over the last few years, a 7% decline for fourth graders in meeting ELA standards, whereas Florida achieved the highest national assessment of educational progress rankings in their history across math and reading for fourth and eighth graders in 2022. In California, to take another example, in LA, our students lost an equivalent of 6 months of math in terms of their overall education in that period of time, and we are going to be grappling with the consequences of this for a long, long time. So California experienced an economic and educational calamity that states like Florida did not experience. And what did we get in return? Because we were all told this was done for the purpose of safety. It was done in order to save lives. Well, we can now assess that claim, and when you look at the actual numbers, there was no difference. Age-adjusted COVID mortality rates between California and Florida were a wash. It was the same, despite the unbelievable toll that the lockdowns and related policies took on the people of California. You can also make comparisons within our state. I represent a number of counties that did everything possible to take the approach that Florida did, despite what we were dealing with at the state level. So in Placer County, for example, we were the first county in the state to end the local state of emergency. We had our kids back in school earlier than anywhere else in California. We were among the first to end mask mandates and to challenge vaccine mandates. And we did everything possible to enable our businesses to remain open. All the while, we took the steps that were necessary to give vulnerable individuals the tools that they needed to protect themselves. Now, all the while, those of us who favored trusting citizens, who favored freedom, were attacked viciously by the likes of the governor of California, who personally attacked me by name and said that I believed it would have been better to let Californians die. Well, again, you can look at the results in Placer County as compared to other parts of California. Our students did much better. Our employment rate was roughly half the state average, and our public health outcomes were much better, with a COVID mortality rate about 2/3 that of the rest of the state. So the evidence now is very clear as to what approach worked and what approach didn't. That those states that tried in as much as possible to maintain the structure of our constitutional form of government did a lot better than those states that decided an emergency could be used to effectuate a indeterminate one-man rule. But there are some who are now saying, as a recent headline in the Atlantic magazine put it, that we should simply declare a pandemic amnesty at this point, that we should move on, we should forget about all of the damage that was done to our kids who may never get the education learning loss, may never make up for the learning loss that they experienced. We should forget the damage that was done to businesses that in many cases have been permanently lost, tens of thousands, 200,000 businesses throughout the country that were shuttered. We should simply move on and forget about it and forgive and forget. And look, I'm all for letting bygones be bygones. And I am willing to work with anyone who is interested in creating good policy going forward. But we do need to pause and consider how it is that this happened in our country. How did we get to a point where the appearance of a virus could cause our entire form of government to collapse? Our founders were not unfamiliar with emergencies. After all, they had just been through a war of independence, and yet they still believed that combining the executive, legislative, and judicial powers in a single set of hands, as James Madison put it, was the very definition of tyranny. So how, well over 2 centuries now after the founding, did we get to a point where our institutions were so susceptible to collapse? And I think that is a question that merits serious scrutiny, because it could point us in the direction of getting back to some of the founding principles that we've lost touch with. The fact is that we have seen governmental power become more and more centralized and consolidated in recent decades in this country. And it became simply all too easy to fast forward that process to its logical endpoint of one-man rule. We have seen our political institutions become less and less representative, less and less self-governing institutions, and it became all too easy to make them not representative at all. Or we've seen more and more of our levers of power in government controlled by special interest groups, especially in California, my state, and so it became all too easy to let special interests completely run the show, as they did when it came to the school shutdowns. So I don't believe that we can simply move on and turn the page and forget about what happened in this country for the last few years. I think we need to give serious thought as to what led us to this point, because that and how we can move ahead and actually now get the pendulum swinging in the other direction. And that's a far more in-depth conversation than my time today will permit. But I would simply like to offer a few ideas. And the first is that we need to definitively end the emergency, not on May 11th, but now, not in California on February 28th, but now, and any other states that are retaining the altered legal forms that were put in place through the emergency. And along with that, we need to end all remaining mandates that exist. We took a major step in that direction yesterday in this House by passing legislation to end President Biden's vaccine mandate for healthcare workers. We also need to look at reforming our emergency laws to make it so you cannot so easily declare an emergency that lasts for years and is allowed to continue indefinitely without any serious review of whether the conditions of emergency continue to exist. In a broader sense, I think that this is a moment where we as a country need to look at the consolidation and centralization of political power in this country. Yes, at the state level, but largely at the federal level, and especially in bureaucracies that operate outside any sort of accountability on the part of voters. We simply have seen this happen over the course of decades in this country, and it's veered us farther and farther from the idea of self-government that was the great American institution, innovation, the institution of self-government. Now, I am seeing encouraging signs in many ways that this is beginning to happen. For example, I'm starting to see at the school board level, parents are getting involved like never before. Parents are running for school board and changing the way that local school districts operate and trying to fight against mandates from the state level that tell them how they should run their schools. The beauty of this is that it gives parents a direct access point in terms of how their local schools are run. That's the idea of self-government, and I think that's something to build on going forward. And finally, on the note of education, I do think we need to get much more serious in this country about civic education, which used to be something that was not simply some addendum to one of your classes, but was part and parcel of your entire education, what it was about, to prepare you for active citizenship, to be well-grounded in what has made America such a unique country in our nation's history, the greatest country in the world's history. What the Constitution is about, why we have institutions like freedom of speech, why the separation of powers and checks and balances are important. I think if we start to teach these things more meaningfully in our schools, then it will reinforce our civic institutions. It will leave them less vulnerable to the sort of transformation that they were put through over the course of the last few years. And should we ever face another pandemic or whatever other threat that may come our way, I think we'll be much better prepared to get through it in the way that Florida did, in the way that Placer County did, and not, unfortunately, in the way that California and many other parts of this country had to suffer through with such a high cost to so many people. Thank you, and I yield.
I thank my friend from California. That's some very important insights from the West Coast, and we pray that America does not make those same decisions in the other states. Grateful for principled leadership out of California here in the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to my good friend and colleague from the great state of Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. It's unfortunate that this week things have, the quality of intellectual thought in this country is to decline the degree to which we have to bring a resolution to the floor condemning socialism. But that's the way it is, and recently polls have showed among young people about half have a positive view of socialism. Now, of course, these are young people whose opinions are largely gathered not by personal experience, but by what their school teachers tell them or what they see on television, so that may be part of the problem, and hopefully they'll grow their way out of it. Nevertheless, I do feel it necessary to make some statements as to why socialism is an inferior way to govern and is completely incompatible with people who want to live in a free society. The first thing you know about socialism, of course, it leads to material goods which are not as good as those under a free market system. A lot of that means because the government controls everything, you don't have an opportunity to have competition. The poor restaurant, the poor manufacturer is never forced out of business, never forced to improve, and as the result, it means a poorer society. And a lot of times the material goods by itself is one of the reasons throughout history you see people leave the Marxist, totalitarian, or Marxist socialist sort of society and flee towards the free market system. Cubans leaving to come to the United States. When I'm at the southern border, the Border Patrol always talks about the Cubans, some wealthy by Cuban standards, a lot of Cuban doctors coming here, wealthy by Cuban standards, but still they can become much more wealthy in the U.S. In the old days of the Cold War, people from East Germany fleeing to West Germany, from North Vietnam to South Vietnam, to get to a country in which there are more goods and more quality. But I always feel it's a little bit wrong to overly focus on the fact that the free market inevitably means much better material wealth. It also deals with the freedom to do anything else. When you have a socialist society, the government in a pure socialist society employs everybody. And even in a partially socialist society, a much higher percentage of people wind up working for the government and have to work for the government. And like all Republicans, in my political career, again and again, I've had people come up to me and tell me things privately that they can't say publicly because they work for the government. Okay, school teachers who come up to me and give a Republican perspective on things, or things they disagree that maybe the school board is doing. But because they work for the government, they can only talk to me quietly, like they were in the Soviet Union or communist China. When I was in Wisconsin and we changed the laws to give more flexibility in how we deal with public employees about 12 years ago, all Republicans knew that was under Governor Walker. All Republicans knew public employees who quietly sided with Governor Walker, but because they worked for the government, the little socialist part of America, they couldn't be openly side with Governor Walker. They had to quietly whisper, like we were in a communist country. And that's what happens when you have too many people working for the government. The Department of Natural Resources is another example of that. Again, people coming, saying they're doing things wrong, but they dare not say so publicly because they worked for the government. And of course, in addition to employees who work for the DNR, work for the university, it's not just political beliefs that they may have to hide. In the intolerance area of a very liberal political entity, I'm thinking of Dane County, which is where Madison, Wisconsin is, people are, again, in that where the government's so big, they're forced not only to hide their political beliefs, they may have to hide their religious beliefs, because they are afraid that when it comes to promotions, when it comes to hirings, when it comes to firings, it could affect them negatively because such a high percentage of jobs come with the government. But it's not just that. In a pure socialist society, because there's a shortage of goods, the ability to purchase goods can also be dependent on towing the party line. We know that in Russia, or previously Cuba, the ability to purchase things is dependent on towing the party line. You can work all you want, but unless you're a member of the party or toe the party line, you can't get the good quality goods that are there. And that's inevitably something that happens when the government becomes so powerful. Other perks are restricted if you don't toe the party line. Things like travel in a socialist state. Over time, you begin to have restrictions, and maybe the opportunities to travel abroad are only given to people who have displayed fealty to the state. One of the things I'm told in Cuba to look out for is Cuba, of course, being an island nation. You would expect to have lots of boats all around the island for people to go and fish, people just to take advantage of the Caribbean. But in fact, there are very few boats because Cuba is a socialist country, and they're afraid people will use those boats to leave the country. And that's another trait that you have in advanced socialism. Other things they may stamp down on you for, they restrict your free speech because they don't want anybody saying anything that might be something the government disagrees with. You look at communist China, even though they to a degree have a free market, the huge government, because they're afraid of any dissent, anybody telling the truth, cracks down on churches. And it seems hard to believe that you cannot openly talk about Christianity, openly talk about Christ in China, but I'm afraid you can't. Falun Gong, you hear about in China, saying things that maybe aren't approved by the government, and therefore people crack down on that organization as well. So in any event, when young people say they're for socialism, or if you have any children or grandchildren out there who say they're socialism, point out to them the inevitable lack of freedom that comes with it, that a high number of people have to work for the government. And if you have to work for the government, they can promote you or hire you or fire you based upon political beliefs, based upon religious beliefs. In a free market system, there always are, well, really unlimited, almost unlimited number of people you can work with, so many different businesses, and in a free market system, if you don't like to work for someone else, you can always start your own business. That's something that you can't do under socialism, or they want to make it very difficult. So I am glad that the United States Congress, at least later this week or early next week, is going to go on record saying that we don't like socialism. It should be completely unnecessary. And the fact that so many young people think socialism might be okay is really a damning indictment of the educational, both K-12 and university system in this country. Thank you. I yield my time.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Wisconsin. That is very well said. The evils of socialism have crept into all manner of our politics and areas of the culture. Mr. Speaker, I will end our special order hour by just reminding the American people who are watching and keeping track of this that, again, as I said in the opening, the Republican majority is in charge. The Congress is now fully operational, and we are back to work for the American people. Every week now we'll be passing substantive legislation that will send the message to the people that there's a new sheriff in town. Today in our House Judiciary Committee, we had an hours-long hearing on the catastrophe at the border, hearing from those who are down there contending with that situation every single day. And these hearings, like that one, will lead us to legislative repairs for some of these problems that have been created by the Biden administration and the Democrats in charge here for the last couple of years. This week, we're voting to end the COVID pandemic emergency order at long last. We're passing the Show Up Act to get all these federal employees back to work. And as Mr. Grothman indicated, tomorrow we'll be voting to condemn socialism. There's going to be a dramatic change between the Republicans in charge of this House and the Democrats, and we're grateful for the opportunity to lead. We will do that every day, and we will make the American people proud with our policy reforms and our process reforms. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognized the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 13th of this year, the ATF finalized its unconstitutional rule pertaining to firearms with stabilizing braces. Under this new ATF rule, any pistol-braced firearm would be considered an illegal short-barreled rifle, subjecting these firearms to draconian regulations under the NFA, the National Firearms Act of 1934, and turning millions of law-abiding gun owners into criminals literally overnight. Unelected anti-gun bureaucrats informed law-abiding gun owners possessing pistols with these braces attached that they will have only 120 days to register them once the rule is published in the Federal Register. This 120-day amnesty window started yesterday, January 31st. As we have seen across the world time and time again, what comes before gun confiscation? Gun registration. That's right. That's exactly what ATF is now demanding. But for stabilizer brace owners who do not wish to register their firearms, the ATF provides 4 alternatives. The first, turn in the entire firearm with the attached stabilizing brace to the ATF. That means forfeiting your firearm. The second, destroy the whole firearm. Again, another forfeiture of your firearm. The third, convert the pistol brace into a long-barreled rifle that does not require registration, but is also much more difficult to use with a brace. Or number 4, permanently remove and dispose of or alter the stabilizing brace from the firearm so that it cannot be reattached. If gun owners who possess braced firearms refuse to register, destroy, turn in, or alter their firearm after this 120-day window, they face National Firearms Act violations, felony violations, including hefty fines up to $250,000 and up to 10 years in prison for having an unregistered short-barreled rifle. In other words, the ATF's rule turns law-abiding gun owners into criminals, into felons for simply doing nothing. That's right. If they do nothing, then after 120 days, they are in felony violation of ATF's reinterpreted law, all for simply maintaining their Second Amendment freedoms. So what exactly are these alleged hazardous stabilizing braces? A pistol brace, also known as a stabilizing brace, is simply an accessory that is attached to the rear of a large firearm in order to anchor the gun to the shooter's arm to better stabilize it, allowing them to more accurately be shot one-handed, just like what you see right here. This is a stabilizing brace. These braces were actually designed to help disabled veterans enjoy the sport of shooting. In fact, as a federal firearms licensee, my company has sold many of these pistol brace firearms to assist disabled veterans so they can improve their shooting capabilities and their accuracy. Unfortunately, these beneficial braces have faced uniformed and unwarranted backlash from unelected bureaucrats for years. In 2012, the ATF provided a letter determining that pistol braces were legal to use and to shoulder. This decision was then reversed 3 years later by the ATF in 2015, in which stabilizing braces became illegal to shoulder, turning braced firearms into unregistered short-barreled rifles. Now, the braces remained legal if held at arm's length, but illegal if brought back to the shoulder. How does that make any sense? This flip-flopped again in 2017, when stabilizing braces were once more determined to be legal to shoulder by the ATF, as long as the original design of the brace remained unmodified. And now here we are in 2023, as brace pistols are vilified yet again, declared by the ATF to be unregistered short-barreled rifles, requiring registration, and their owners classified as felons if they simply do nothing. Clearly, as in most cases of unconstitutional gun control, unelected bureaucrats who have little to no knowledge of firearms or respect for the Second Amendment rights are steamrolling ahead with unlawful restrictions, which will impact, estimates say, anywhere from 3 million to up to 40 million firearms across the country. Why? To advance the less dangerous dream of disarming our nation and dismantling our Second Amendment rights. That's what gun control is all about. The ultimate goal is an unarmed and subjugated America. I can assure gun owners across this great nation that I and Second Amendment-loving Republican colleagues will do everything in our power to never allow that to happen. We are fighting this, and we are not going to give up. Congress cannot allow the ATF to brazenly disregard both our Constitution and Congress's role, its sole role, in legislation, its legislative authority. Now, I don't know if ATF Director Dettelbach needs a copy of the Constitution to revisit the explicit language of the Second Amendment or the direct powers granted to the three branches of government, but the last time I checked, only Congress has the authority to make laws. Let me say that again. Congress makes laws, not unelected anti-gun bureaucrats at the ATF or any other part of the executive branch for that matter. Yet, given the ATF's severely misguided decision to advance its unconstitutional pistol brace rule, I'm actively leading the fight to stop this grave injustice. We have three key tools available to us to fight the ATF's tyranny in Congress. The first is H.R. 646, the Stop Harassing Owners of Rifles Today Act, or the SHORT Act, which I reintroduced yesterday with Senators Roger Marshall and John Kennedy. This legislation repeals the elements of the National Firearms Act, thereby prohibiting the ATF from registering and banning pistols with stabilizing braces. The second element is a joint resolution of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act, which we will introduce in a matter of days to block the ATF's rule from infringing on Americans' Second Amendment rights. Congressman Richard Hudson, our conference NRCC chair, has joined me in co-leading this in the House, while Senators John Kennedy and Roger Marshall will introduce the resolution in the Senate. And the third way that we can fight this here in Congress is through the power of the purse. As we write the ATF's appropriations for fiscal year 2024, we can prevent taxpayer dollars from funding this backdoor gun control through what's called a limitation amendment. As a new member on the Appropriations Committee and the Commerce, Justice, and Science Subcommittee, I look forward to assisting in this effort. With these three initiatives, we can work together to stop the ATF's unconstitutional overreach. You know, it would be better if the ATF simply decided to rescind the pistol brace rule so we would not have to take these permanent measures. But we are fully prepared to do so if they will not rescind it. Now, I'm proud to have several of my colleagues here tonight to expose the ATF's unconstitutional rule, as well as to highlight how Congress can stop this latest form of gun control from infringing on law-abiding gun owners' Second Amendment freedoms. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
I thank the gentleman for doing this today, and I thank him for his lead in the fight. Yesterday, I stood on this floor fighting to protect Americans' First Amendment rights. Today, I'm standing here fighting to protect Americans' Second Amendment rights. God help our Constitution. Congress has afforded far too much deference to unelected D.C. bureaucrats in federal agencies, and it is time with our majority to rein in that extreme power. The left has talked about taking your gas stoves away, has censored your speech, and now the ATF, under the guidance of this administration, is coming to take away millions of pistols from law-abiding gun owners. Law-abiding gun owners, individuals who own pistol braces, which were originally approved by the ATF themselves. What's changed? What's different? What's new? I'll tell you what's changed. What's changed is now we have an administration that is desperate to erode our Second Amendment rights in more and more pervasive ways as every year passes. It has continually chipped away at Americans' constitutional rights because of the lack of understanding of what the actual roots of gun violence are. The administration is abusing the powers delegated to the ATF to illegally track gun owners, perform unauthorized compliance checks at people's homes, and now banning popular modifications that, again, I will say it again, they approved in the first place. It's got to stop. We're tired of it. Americans are tired of it. This has to end. That's why I am proud to join these efforts to protect gun owners across this great United States of America. As their duly elected representatives, we must fight back. We must stand tall. We must be tough and stand against this abuse of power on their behalf. The elected official and a gun owner myself, all I have left to say to the ATF is enough is enough. Our right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you to my good friend from New Jersey, from one of those blue states where you don't necessarily think that there are passionate gun owners, and I appreciate those words.
South Jersey is a lot different.
All right.
Thank you.
Now I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Colorado, Representative Boebert, who is also the co-chair of our Second Amendment caucus here in Congress.
Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank my friend and fellow Freedom Caucus colleague and proven fighter for the Second Amendment, Mr. Clyde, for organizing this special order. Thank you so much for highlighting what's going on here. Mr. Speaker, the ATF's new pistol brace rule violates the separations of powers. Bureaucrats don't create laws. Congress does. This rule functions like a law that Congress never passed. ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. In Western Colorado, we call that a fun weekend. But DC bureaucrats have used this agency to infringe on the rights of the American people. When you research how many pistol braces the ATF expects to be registered, the number varies. Some say 10 million, others say 20 million, and it's still may even be 40 million. Why such disparity? Because the ATF doesn't know how many are out there, because law-abiding Americans do not trust them enough to tell them. In fact, there's probably going to be many more boating accidents this spring and summer than we've ever encountered in U.S. history from law-abiding gun owners. We don't trust the ATF because of their overreaching actions, exactly like we're seeing with this rule. There's been a lot of talk about defunding the ATF, even abolishing the agency altogether. And I'm still waiting to hear a good reason why the ATF should remain an agency at all. And yet I've yet to hear one. Instead of providing regulations that keep our communities safe, this agency has made our communities more dangerous by laundering weapons to the cartels. Operation Fast and Furious exposed the recklessness of the ATF, how little regard they have for the rule of law, and Americans have had a hard time viewing these agencies and its rules as legitimate. Think about it. The ATF had about 1,700 firearms that were being tracked. They had tracers on them that they were selling to known criminals during this Operation Fast and Furious. They lost 1,700 traced firearms. And now they expect to go after law-abiding American citizens for firearm accessories? Are they really that competent to go after this many millions of Americans for a firearm accessory, a stabilizing brace, when they had 1,700 tracked firearms in the hands of known criminals that they just lost? I think that alone proves the legitimacy of this agency, and I'm very excited to bring them into the Oversight and Accountability hearing so they could speak for themselves of why they should remain an agency in our federal government and not have the appropriate features of their agency put under another, like the FBI, once we clean that out. But other than that, the Second Amendment, it is absolute. All the regulations that bureaucrats make, the laws that bureaucrats are trying to make, the unconstitutional laws that are passed by the federal government, the state legislatures, they make our country less safe. Gun-free zones are the most dangerous places in our country. The Second Amendment is absolute, and it's here to stay. A recent report states that Americans own 46% of the world's guns. I think we need to get our numbers up, boys and girls. I thank you so much, Mr. Clyde, for hosting this special order. Thank you for bringing us all together on this topic, and hopefully we could shed some light to the American people and let them know that we are fighting against this agency and their abuse of separation of powers. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. Thank you to the gentlewoman from Colorado and her unwavering defense of the Second Amendment of our Constitution. And now I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Clyde. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue, because the unelected bureaucrats, they're at it again. They're launching attacks on our constitutional rights of law-abiding gun owners. And this seems to be the sole purpose of the agency lately, attacking the Second Amendment. Now they want to ban pistol braces. Now, Americans who don't know what a pistol brace is might have some obvious questions after hearing about this ban. What is a pistol brace? Obviously, it makes guns more deadly, right? It makes guns shoot faster, makes them want to be used only by people who murder other people. Why else would the ATF want to ban it? But Americans who actually use pistol braces know the reality. There is zero logical reason to ban pistol braces. It's a device used by a lot of disabled veterans, a lot of people I know, to provide more stability when shooting a gun. Tens of millions of Americans own this brace, but they would immediately become felons when this goes into effect. That's not even practical from a law enforcement perspective. Now, you could argue, actually, that the pistol brace makes the gun safer, makes it less likely for people to shoot things they are not aiming at. But no, the impulsive leaders at ATF have once again failed to apply simple logic and reason to their decision-making, and instead chose to apply the mindset of an authoritarian, gun-grabbing bureaucrats we all know that they are. Now, Congress cannot sit idly by. I recently reintroduced a bipartisan piece of legislation that would create an appeals process for small business owners hurt by these haphazard rulings. Right now, the only real recourse that exists is for these gun shop owners and manufacturers to sue the federal government in court. Now, for the average American, that's not exactly doable. It takes time and a lot of money and a lot of resources. My bill would put the ATF in line with every other federal regulatory agency's appeal process and ensure Americans can petition their government for the redress of grievances and get decisions handed down in a timely manner. These taxpayer-funded anti-gun activists at the ATF cannot continue to trample on our Second Amendment rights without a response from Congress. We must never cease fighting against these shameless power grabs, and Republicans must use our House majority to protect law-abiding gun owners. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to my good friend from Texas for those inspiring words, and I will now yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Kentucky, Representative Massey.
I want to thank Mr. Clyde from Georgia for organizing this time on the floor. I think it's so important. We're talking about the brace ruling from the ATF. A brace is a firearm accessory for disabled individuals. but I'm sure Biden went to his attorney general and to the ATF and said, you know what, I hate guns. How can I take millions of them off the street without regard for if they're legally owned? And how can I do it without going to Congress? Because I really don't want to do that. Now, keep in mind, this is administrative law.
Right.
Our founders were against this type of thing because they knew that the laws shouldn't change with each administration. When Democrats controlled both chambers of Congress and the White House, they didn't pass this legislation. This ATF rule says that gun owners have 120 days of amnesty to register or destroy their firearm if it has this firearm accessory. If you don't obey, you become a felon. What this administrative rule does not do is it does not make people safer. This ruling turns millions of law-abiding gun owners into criminals. Tens of millions of pistol braces have been sold in the United States with the permission of the ATF, the written permission of the ATF. They're telling you to take this off or transfer it or register it like a machine gun, basically the same paperwork. If you want to turn it into a short barrel rifle, guess what? There's 26% of Americans live in a state where the ATF has left them with no option. They will create an illegal gun in their state if they comply with the ATF ruling in order to keep their gun. How much compliance do we think there's going to be? Well, there was a bump stock rule similar to this. There are about 500,000 bump stocks estimated in circulation. 526 have been returned to the government. So they've made 500,000 felons is what they've done. Now, Mr. Clyde has several bills to fix this. I can anticipate, or I believe, Justice Scalia, if he were alive, I can tell you, I believe, based on a meeting that I had with him, which one he would prefer. Several of us had breakfast with Scalia, and we said, oh, Obama's so bad, and we don't have the constitutional balance of government. Fix this for us, Supreme Court. And Scalia said, this is not my job to referee fights between you and the executive branch. By the way, you're the most powerful branch. You're Article 1. Right. And you have all the tools you need to stop what he's doing. And one of my colleagues said, well, impeachment's so hard. Scalia said, I'm not talking about impeachment. You are funding everything you complain about.
Right.
So I believe that his favorite method here, and it's certainly my favorite method, would have been to defund this activity. The ruling is unconstitutional. The Second Amendment is clear. Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed. I urge all Americans to call their representatives and support Andrew Clyde's bill. And I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you to my good friend from Kentucky. And he is absolutely right. We have the power of the purse. Now I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Texas, Representative Weber.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding to me, and thank you for your efforts in leading this fight. Let's get something straight. I'm a proud Texan, and let me tell you, Texans are not happy when the government comes after their Second Amendment right. My District 14 on the Gulf Coast of Texas has more concealed handgun licensees than any other congressional district in Texas, and I have to assume in the country, for that matter. The Second Amendment is extremely clear, quote, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. What's so hard to understand about that? But let's face it, folks, the far left's dangerous attack on the United States Constitution continues unabated with yet another example right here with the ATF's unconstitutional pistol brace rule, which bans millions of firearms with stabilizing braces. The ATF ruling could turn as many as 40 million Americans into felons, and those 40 million Americans are sick and tired of faceless bureaucrats trying to destroy the Second Amendment. Mr. Speaker, Thomas Jefferson once said, where the people fear the government, there's tyranny. Where the government fears the people, there's liberty. I would add, Mr. Speaker, fear the government that fears your guns. I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you to my good friend from Texas for those great words. And he's absolutely correct. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. So now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Florida, Matt Gaetz.
I thank the gentleman for his leadership and for yielding. The ATF's new rule, criminalizing pistol braces, is a brazen and unlawful attempt to usurp congressional authority. This pistol brace rule will fail for the same reason the bump stock rule failed. The ATF does not have the authority to create federal law. Nobody voted for the ATF, though I know a lot of people who would vote against them if they could. This new rule will ban pistol braces on certain firearms, forcing users to jump through numerous hoops to comply with this new decree or risk becoming a felon. Disabled veterans and others have used these braces for years to help them fire pistols, and the ATF has unilaterally decided that this is no longer acceptable. Now, otherwise law-abiding Americans will either have to destroy their newly illegal firearms or figure out how to comply with an arbitrary and confusing regulatory scheme outlined in the National Firearms Act. The ATF cannot be trusted to protect our rights to keep and bear arms. There is no timeline in which the ATF, under any administration, would become an ally. It needs to go. We need to abolish the ATF before they abolish our Second Amendment rights. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms should be the name of a chain of convenience stores in Florida, not a federal agency. I urge every red-blooded American and every conservative in this Congress to stand with Representative Clyde and his legislation and to stand with me and co-sponsor my bill, the Abolish the ATF Act of 2023. Let's get rid of this unlawful agency once and for all, and let this special order be considered a shot across the bow. I yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you to my good friend from Florida, and that is indeed a great statement, a shot across the bow. Great example of what the United States Navy would do. So I thank you, and now to my good friend from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, I yield 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clyde, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your service to our great country. I don't have any notes for this, but I do want to say the ATF, to me, is the swamp. You know, here we have a group of unelected bureaucrats, dadgummit, that have taken upon themselves to interpret a law. It always reminds me when I was in Nashville one time. I was sitting at the Crown Plaza across the street from the Capitol. One of my dear friends who just passed away, his name was Tom Hensley. He was called the Golden Goose. He was the liquor lobbyist. Never voted for his bills, but he always liked me. He told me one time a guy came up and threatened him that worked for our governor and threatened him, and he sat there and he chomped on his cigar, and he walked away, and he said, Burchett, he said, you know what? He said, in a few more years, he'll be gone and the old goose will still be sitting here. And that is exactly the mentality of the swamp. It's not like on an episode of Simpsons where they're all 6 people are sitting around at a table, the old cartoon, and they're deciding what's going on. It's a bunch of unelected, arrogant bureaucrats who think they know what's best for this country. And dadgummit, the ATF has overstepped their bounds once again. Law-abiding Americans, law-abiding citizens, law-abiding Tennesseans should not be deemed criminal because of some bureaucratic whim. And I appreciate you, Mr. Clyde. Thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for this bill. And I look forward to voting with you on this bill and being a sponsor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much to my good friend from Tennessee. And now I would yield 2 minutes to my colleague from the great state of Florida, Representative Kammick.
Thank you to the gentleman from Georgia, my friend Mr. Clyde, for hosting this special order on an important topic. My speech is well beyond the 2 minutes that I'm allotted, so I'm just going to dispense with the notes, really, and talk about how absolutely insane, ridiculous, and unconstitutional this new rule is. Not only has it been completely blown out of proportion what the brace is, a brace that was originally designed for disabled veterans, increases stability, and since 2015 had been ruled as an accessory by the ATF, which under their own regulations, under their own guidance, they said that they didn't have jurisdiction over accessories. So I thought that was very interesting that now we have an unelected swamp creature, a bureaucrat, who thinks that they can now make felons, law-abiding citizens, felons, by now instituting this 120-day rule. A lot of people have talked about this, but few have talked about the economic impact this will have. Based on the NICS data that we have, this is going to be a $1.9 billion hit to the firearms industry. $1.9 billion to law-abiding citizens. And believe me, this rule has nothing to do with gun safety. This has nothing to do with making communities safer. This is just a backroom attempt, a backdoor attempt to get at the firearm industry. That is all this is and nothing more. This is why, Mr. Speaker, we have to pass the Short Act. This is why we have to pass the REINS Act, because the REINS Act would prohibit any regulation that has $100 million more impact to an industry to come back to Congress for an up or down vote. And you can fire your Congress critter, but you cannot fire these unelected bureaucrats. So we need to pass the REINS Act. We need to absolutely stop this regulation in its tracks. And it's time to, once and for all, let those swamp creatures know that the Second Amendment shall not be infringed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you to my great colleague from the state of Florida for those encouraging remarks. And now I want to thank all my colleagues who participated here in this special order tonight. It's incredibly important that we show Americans that we are united and unwavering in protecting and preserving our Second Amendment freedoms. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.